Of Blood and Sacrifice, Royal Fae Guardians, Book 2, written by Heather Renee, narrated by Casey Hollowell and Adam Gold. Chapter 1. Lightning struck all around me as my hair flew across my face and tears flowed down my cheeks. The anguish came and went, some moments better than others, but most of them worse. Today was not a better day. After just laying my parents to rest, my grief was in full force. It wasn't right, nor was it fair. But there would be retribution. Alark would get what he had coming to him. I wouldn't stop until he paid for taking the two most important people in all the worlds away from me. He and the two men who had done the Dark Fae's dirty work. Callie! Jordan's voice sounded like a whisper through the thunder that followed the fit I was throwing, and I pretended not to hear her.
Kalia, you need to stop before you hurt someone.
Strix sounded in my head. That was the only thing that could give me pause. Enough innocent blood had been spilled, and I refused to be the cause of any more. Fine, but I don't want to talk. Make her go away, I replied, not caring if I seemed unreasonable. Jordan had done her best to be there for me, but no amount of consoling could heal the hurt in my heart. My parents were gone, and they were never coming back. Alark had taken them from me when I refused to go with him and be by his side in some asinine quest for control.
Ryland is here too. Shall I send him away as well?
The disappointment in Strix's voice wasn't missed. As the thunder quieted and the lightning began to dissipate, my shoulders hunched. I don't know. Ryland hadn't been hurt by my lightning before, but he'd yet to force himself on me since the moments after the fight. I'd asked for space and he'd given it, but not easily.
You can't be afraid to care about people anymore. Your parents' deaths were not your fault, and they would be devastated to know you were doing everything you could to push away those who care for you most.
Strix was the only person I couldn't make disappear. The feathered annoyance was always there in my head, reminding me of things I'd much rather forget. I'm not leaving, Kalia Grace. Neither is Ryland. You had your time, and now you've forced our hand. Jordan glared from across the training field as the storm around me died down. I'd at least had the forethought to go outside of town before I let the power rip from my core and through the sky. Power that had been unleashed just moments too late. Useless then. But I'd make sure the next shot I had at Alark wasn't wasted. Ryland was next to Jordan with Strix on his shoulder. They both stared at me, but with more patience than my best friend. Deciding I'd let enough of the rage out for one afternoon, I caved and went to them. I didn't have the energy to deal with Jordan if I refused to speak with them once again. Her level of annoyance with me was only increasing as the days passed, and I knew deep down she didn't deserve the treatment I'd been giving her. None of them did. She opened her mouth, but Ryland covered it with his hand.
You yell at her one more time and I'll deal with you myself.
She bit his hand and he pulled away. She's my best friend. I'll do whatever I want. Strix snapped his beak.
Enough, both of you. Callie, how are you feeling after utilizing that much power?
What I appreciated most about that question was that he had specified it to my abilities, not my actual feelings. It was possible Strix knew me even better than Jordan did, but I'd never tell her that. She'd probably murder the owl.
She could certainly try. It would be fun.
Strix replied to my thoughts. Jordan caught my grin and crossed her arms. Hey, no mind speak. It's rude in front of other people. I'm doing fine with the power, I said, answering Strix's question. The crown helps more than I realized before, though if I take it off for even a second, my body begins to shake, and breathing becomes hard. Will that last forever? I hoped not, because I didn't want the crown to be a permanent fixture on my head. But I'd deal with it over my magic taking control any day.
Do you remember us mentioning something about you being an Aurelia when you first arrived?
Strix asked instead of answering me. I recalled when Jordan had mentioned it during my first meeting with Oliver. Strix had said that would come later in my training, and I'd been perfectly okay with that, considering all the changes I'd been going through at the time. Is that what this is? I gestured toward the sky where the last few flashes of lightning were fading away. Right after the fight ended with a lark, something in me had snapped, and I'd been struck by my own power. So had Ryland, but he'd absorbed the lightning nearly as well as I had, which I still didn't quite understand. The power I'd somehow summoned had turned my water affinity into something more, something nobody around me had ever seen. While it seemed to make most people afraid of me, I was basking in the charge of the storms I created.
Yes, your emotions broke the last of my blocks on your abilities, and we need to get them under control. The longer we wait, the harder it will be,
Strix answered. What do I need to do? I asked eagerly. Anything that needed to be done in order to beat a lark, I'd do without a second thought. Plus, it was a welcome distraction from the grief.
You need to formally bond with Ryland like we planned before. He will level out your power and take on whatever you can't handle, like he did when you first created the lightning.
Well, I'd do everything but that. Or at least, I didn't want to. Ryland was my Meraki, my soulmate. I'd promised him I would accept our bond officially, but we'd never made it that far, and I'd pushed him away ever since. I was a hot mess and didn't want to take him down with me.
A lark mentioned time for her to grieve. We don't need to do it now,
Ryland said when I didn't answer right away. The hurt in his voice broke my heart. I wanted everything the bond promised. I wanted it more than he knew. More than all of that, though, I wanted to keep everyone else safe. The closer they got to me, the more I had to lose, and I couldn't handle any more hurt.
If you continue on this path, it will only result in your failure,
Strix said before flying away. I knew exactly what he meant. If I kept pushing people away and chose the darkness. But the others didn't, and they never would if I had anything to do with it. What does Mr. Know-It-All mean? Jordan snapped, clearly past offering me her sympathy. Nothing. I'm sorry I've ignored you all, but I appreciate you being there today. The burial for my parents had been rough, harder than I'd attempted to prepare myself for. But Jordan and Ryland had each held one of my hands as I stood above their graves and watched the dirt be filled in. Instead of a headstone, trees had been planted over their graves as the only marker for where their bodies laid, and I'd vowed to visit often to make sure the trees grew tall and strong.
We wouldn't have missed it for anything,
Ryland responded.
We thought after everything this morning that you might like some company back at the house.
My head shook, but before I could speak, Strix was back inside my mind.
I mean it, Kalia. Push those who wish to help you away and you will fail.
Stupid intrusive owl. I'm going to figure out how to block you and it will be the best day in the world.
I hope you do,
he replied smugly. Sure, you can come back with me, I answered, then ported home without another word. By the time I took the first step on the porch, they were right behind me. I turned around to find them silently yelling at each other, mouths moving and hands flailing. What's wrong? I asked. Oh, nothing, Ryland just needs to run an errand, so it will be just the two of us for a little while," Jordan replied with a forced smile.
"Actually, I don't have anywhere I'd rather be," he snarled.
I moved toward them, placing a hand on each of their chests. My eyes went to Ryland's, as warmth flowed from me to him, our incomplete bond flaring to life, reminding me of the peace he provided to my soul, which made my next words even harder. "Give us an hour, then I'll kick her out." She jerked away from me. "Like hell you—" "It's either that or I continue to ignore you both." I cut her off with a raised brow. "You wouldn't dare." Ryland reached for my hand that was still resting on his chest.
"I'll be back in an hour."
Emotion I wasn't prepared for rushed through me. It was the first intentional contact I'd had with anyone in 5 days. Sure, I'd received hugs and handshakes from others, but I'd felt nothing then. I'd refused to allow their sympathies to have any impact on the rage I clung to. But welcoming Ryland's touch showed me Strix was right. I'd had my time to be isolated and guarded, but it was time to let others back in. Ryland kissed the back of my hand and then disappeared from sight. "Just because he's your Meraki doesn't mean I'm going to let him monopolize all of your time," Jordan huffed. "I know, and I love you for that. Now let's go inside. But if you comment on the chaos, I will kick you out." I'd been staying in the main house while Jordan and Ryland stayed in the guest house. I hadn't let either of them in, and I'd made quite the mess during my isolation. As I opened the back door, even I cringed at the disaster. Broken glass crunched beneath my shoes, and dying flowers were scattered around the room from when I'd thrown a vase someone had left on the porch. I'd never even glanced at the card to see who they were from. Boxes and bags of food had been left on the counter. When I'd bothered to eat, I had only chosen food I didn't need dishes for, afraid I'd break more things. Jordan walked toward the hall closet and pulled out a broom and dustpan. "Why don't we therapy clean?" Instead of answering, I threw my arms around her and held on tight as new tears leaked from my eyes. Her hand held the back of my head as I shook against her. "It's going to be okay, Callie. Not today, tomorrow, or even next week. But you're going to get through this. I'll make sure of it." I nodded, but didn't reply. My throat was thick with emotion and words refused to come. A few minutes later, I managed to mostly pull myself back together. "Thank you." Tears of her own fell freely, and I felt like a jerk for not thinking about her pain. Jordan had been close with my parents, like another daughter to them, yet I'd only thought of myself after their deaths. "I'm sorry, Jordan. We both lost them, and I left you by yourself because that's what I needed, but I didn't think about what you needed as well." She wiped away the tears. "I had Ryland and Oliver. Before you came along, they were my only friends. They let me beat the hell out of them while I wished for nothing more than to be able to offer you the same relief from the heartache." I let a smile tug at my lips. "I bet you made them regret allowing you to do so." "That I did, but they never said one word. They're good men, Callie." I understood the double meaning to her words. "I won't push any of you away anymore. Strix wouldn't let me if I tried anyway, but I don't know that it's a good idea to bond with Ryland now." Jordan began sweeping, remaining calmer than I expected. "Why is that?" "He's already had to experience the loss of one Meraki, even if it was fake. I don't want to put him through that again." I grabbed a garbage bag from the kitchen to pick up the bigger pieces of glass, followed by all the trash. "Who says he would lose you? Do you plan on dying?" Jordan countered. "No. I don't know. It could happen, though." I don't want to have to worry about risks and hurting others when I'm so dead set on making sure a lark pays for what he did. I can't be the person Ryland deserves when the hate and darkness are so strong. The prophecy that I would turn dark and work alongside a lark was never far from my thoughts. Every time I contemplated killing him, the darkness became more profound, and I wondered just how true the foretelling might become. That's not darkness, Callie. That's grief and rage. You lost your parents just 5 days ago. You're not supposed to be whole right now, and we all understand that. Ryland more than anyone. He lost his parents too, you know. I let her words sink in and wondered if they could be true, if I could overcome the ugliness growing within me. I was a shattered version of a past me that I no longer recognized or understood. I used to think I could put everything back together, but I wasn't so sure anymore. And taking anyone else down with me besides a lark wasn't on my agenda. Chapter 2. After we finished cleaning up and the house didn't smell like a garbage can, I sat with Jordan on the couch, simply enjoying her company. She could be crass at the best of times, which I loved about her, but she also knew when I just needed her presence. "It's going to be okay," she said, not for the first time, while leaning her head down onto mine. My finger touched my temple. I know that here, but it's hard to convince my heart of the same thing. "Just don't push us away anymore. We only want to help, and you need to remember you can't do this on your own. Don't let vengeance consume you, or a lark will win, even if you beat him. He wanted to break you and turn you into something you're not. Don't give that to him." I knew she was right. Deep down, I had already acknowledged why the Dark Fae had done what he did. But still, the rage that wasn't leaving anytime soon was so much louder than anything else around me. The lines between right and wrong were being blurred as I thought of all the things I wanted to do to a lark. No, not wanted. I needed to do. Before I could get worked up again, a knock sounded at the back door, and Jordan stood to answer it. Glancing back, I could see Ryland through the glass with Strix on his shoulder, making me wonder how close those two were getting. Even though I'd told Ryland we could talk, I still wanted to run away. He wanted more from me than I was able to give, and I wasn't sure how to explain that to him. As much as I didn't want to hurt him, I didn't know what else to do. He didn't deserve half of a person as a Meraki. Strix sighed in my head, but I ignored him. I wasn't in the mood for one of his lectures, and apparently he knew it, because he kept the verbal opinions to himself. Jordan glanced at the non-existent watch on her wrist. "Punctual as ever, Rye. Couldn't even give me an extra 5 minutes?"
"I gave you an hour. Now go," he grumbled, and I cracked a smile. Ryland and I hadn't really gotten anywhere with whatever relationship we were trying to establish, but when he'd held on to me during the lightning strike, the action had shown me I could count on him, even if I didn't want to. It made my current predicament really frustrating when he reminded me of what I was trying to give up. Jordan hugged me goodbye, holding on just a minute longer than usual. "Be kind to him. He's not handling this well either," she whispered in my ear, and I nodded. "Jordan, wait for me outside. I'd like your help with something,"
Strix said, still perched on Ryland's shoulder. Jordan pointed to herself, shocked. "Me? Really?"
"Yes, you. Really."
Jordan flushed and stared at me wide-eyed, but I merely shrugged. I had no idea what he wanted her for. When she finally went out into the yard, Strix gave me his attention.
"Before the two of you speak, I need to say some things.
My eyes rolled. Here he went with his wise words. Yes, I knew the grief was making me a jerk, but I didn't care. Didn't everyone realize I'd just buried my parents? Didn't they realize I didn't want to talk about anything other than killing a lark? Sure, I had been convinced there was no way I could complete the task when I first found out what I was supposed to do, but Jordan was wrong when she worried the deaths of my parents would push me exactly where a lark wanted me. It had done the opposite. It had given me the push I needed to woman up and have zero qualms about ending the bastard.
Kalia, that's enough. Yes, I realize it's only been 5 days, and I'm not trying to be insensitive to your emotions. But you need to get it through your stubborn head that you can't do this on your own. It's not you versus a lark. It's us against him. We need to work together as a team, or he will win.
I huffed. How do you know that?
Because a lark has a few decades of rage on you. The hate in his soul is far superior than I hope you ever experience. He has had the drive to either kill you or turn you to his side for nearly 50 years. It seems he's settled on making you his mate, which is almost worse. This is not something you can fight on your own, no matter how much you wish to. None of us can.
Ryland's feet shuffled.
Maybe a few more days, or even a week, won't hurt to allow Callie the time she needs.
Strix clicked his beak.
Time will not heal what ails her.
His beady eyes narrowed on me, and I really wanted to stick my tongue out at him, or better yet, drop-kick him across the yard. Our relationship was turning into a love-hate one, and I didn't like it. Our stare-down lasted a solid minute before I caved. Was there something else you wanted to say?
Why don't we have a seat?
Strix suggested. Great. That was never good. I took the only chair so I could have some space. I didn't figure anything he wanted to tell us without Jordan was going to be something I really wanted to hear.
The reason I didn't ask Jordan to stay is because the two of you need to make this decision on your own. I know Ryland's standpoint, but Kalia, you need to know what it means when you make certain decisions.
Like what? I asked.
First, before a lark showed up, you were ready to complete the bond with Ryland, but you've been avoiding it ever since. Your powers are erratic, and that's because your bond isn't complete. Your crown is not enough to contain what lies within you.
A rumble sounded within my chest. Why not? I know you keep saying this, but I think I'm handling it well enough.
You were never meant to carry the burden of this magic alone. You were always meant to have a partner. Someone who would stand by your side and lift you when needed. Someone who would protect you with their own life without a second thought. Ryland is your anchor to the goodness you were born from.
My fingers tapped on the arm of the chair as I recalled my conversation with my grandmother. She'd too called Ryland my anchor, telling me I didn't need him because I was weak. I'd believed her then, but I'd had a hard time remembering it as of late. My stubbornness was out in full force, and I didn't know how to stop it. Yes, Strix, I know, Ryland is my Meraki. I understand all of what you're saying, but it doesn't change anything. I won't be forced into something I'm not ready for.
Is it really that you're not ready, or because you believe it's what is best for everyone else?
His feathers ruffled, and I wanted to strangle him. I really hated that he was in my head at all hours of the day. Learning how to kick him out was high up on my priority list. Ryland stood.
Strix, I know you mean well, but this isn't working. You shouldn't put this on her. Circumstances have changed, and I respect her wishes to wait, as should you. We all know what's at stake, and we will handle it. I won't bond with her just because you believe it's the only way we can win.
Well, he just earned some major bonus points with me.
If that's what you both wish, then I'll stop trying to help.
Strix flew out the door, more frustrated than I'd ever seen him before. Leaning forward, I let my hair fall in front of my face and rubbed my hands over my eyes. Hurting Strix wasn't what I had planned. I was well aware he was only trying to help, but I had my own thoughts I couldn't ignore. I knew what I thought was right, and I just wanted to make the hurt go away. Why was that so hard to do? Rylan kneeled before me.
Do you want me to leave?
My first thought was to say yes. I'd been doing fine on my own the last 5 days. Well, fine if you considered starting lightning storms and breaking things in the house fine. Though I couldn't find the willpower to send him away. You can stay if you want, but I'd understand if you chose to leave. At least he still had an out if he wanted one. I didn't imagine he felt great about being saddled to me. I would bring nothing but trouble into his life if he decided to stay.
Callie, look at me.
His fingers nudged my chin, not forcefully, just enough to give me the push I needed to quit hiding. His eyes stabbed me right through the chest. They offered nothing but comfort, compassion, and understanding. He wasn't there to judge me or push me or anything else. He was just there. I'm sorry, I murmured, though it wasn't for anything specific. I knew I hadn't made all the right choices, and he'd probably paid the price for at least some of them.
You have nothing to apologize for. You are in mourning. We all are. We understand your hurt, even if ours isn't exactly the same.
You were really close with them? I knew he had been their assigned guardian, but I didn't know what that actually entailed. He nodded.
I was. They took me in after my own parents died and treated me like their own. You know, they didn't think they could have kids. There were decades when they'd done everything they could to get pregnant. But it wasn't until they least expected it that you came along.
The hole in my heart tore a little further. I'd never known that. I ached for my mother, who had deserved as many children as she wanted, because she was the best mom anyone could ever wish for.
When they found out about you and the prophecy, I'd asked to go with them, but Arveta needed me more than them, or so they'd said. That was until you were 12 and something big happened. I don't know what it was, but it scared them enough to ask for Jordan.
This piqued my curiosity. I'd almost drowned around that time. I wonder if that had anything to do with it, but why didn't they want you? He grinned, a dimple I'd never noticed before appearing in his left cheek.
You were just figuring out what boys were. Do you really think they wanted one trying to get close to you?
So very true. I'd probably have refused his friendship anyway. Boys hadn't always been kind in middle school. So, what now? I asked, because I really had no clue. He took my hands in his and squeezed tight as his smile faded away.
I won't force you into something you're not ready for, but I will remind you of a few things. The first, I'm all in with this. Whether we're bonded or not, I will have your back, either as your friend or your Meraki. I won't let you go against a lark alone. I will follow you wherever you go, no matter the danger.
A lump lodged in my throat as I tried to swallow. His words struck emotions in me I'd much rather have ignored.
Second, I know you're afraid, and it's okay to be scared. But you need to remember one thing. You are my life now. No matter what happens, I accept you for who you are. There is nothing I've learned about you that I would change.
I opened my mouth to interrupt him, but he held up his hand.
I'm not done yet.
My eyes widened at the demanding tone, but I quite liked it and wished he'd showed that side of himself more often.
You are not perfect, but neither am I. We are both incomplete, but together, I really do believe that we can do whatever we set out to accomplish. I'm not trying to pressure you. I just need you to know that I'm still here and always will be. Nothing has changed for me.
He paused, seeming to wait for me to say something, but I was speechless. I didn't know how to respond. For a brief moment, I let myself begin to wonder if Strix had let Ryland in on any of my internal thoughts. But I shook away the notion. The owl might be a righteous pain in my ass, but I trusted him fully. He wouldn't betray me in that way.
Even though I plan to give you space, I want you to know I also intend to pursue you when appropriate. I won't have you thinking just because I respect your need for time that I'm no longer interested. He added with a slight grin. His hands cupped my cheeks, completely taking me by surprise as he slowly moved in closer, clearly giving me time to push him away if I wanted. But I couldn't. There was nothing in me that didn't want him to do what he was doing, so instead, I met him in the middle, and a soft sigh escaped my lips as his pressed against mine. Once, twice, and then a third while I held him closer. He only let the chaste kisses last for a moment before he pulled back. One last thing. That won't always happen. I won't be used. You either want more with me or you don't, but I won't get stuck somewhere in the middle. Just remember, I'm all in, Kelly. Whenever you're ready.
He stood and turned for the door while I was left on the chair, completely in shock. What the hell had just happened? How had it happened? I had no idea, and I wasn't even sure what it meant. Suddenly, I was back to being alone again, and for the first time since I saw my parents' prone bodies, I didn't want to be. Chapter 3. The next day, I got up at a reasonable time and took a shower. Getting ready for the day filled me with equal parts relief and anxiety. In order to stop a lark from hurting anyone else, I knew I would have to train harder. I wasn't stubborn enough to think I could stop him as I was, but at the same time, taking this step and leaving the house, I was moving forward, without my parents. I wasn't ready to live a life in Arveta without them. We'd only had mere weeks together in this new-to-me world, and it wasn't fair that they hadn't been able to show me everything they loved about this land. None of it was fair. But today wasn't about that. Today was about becoming a better me, so I could do what I'd been daydreaming about for nearly a week. Jordan came out of the guest house as I opened the back door. "About damn time," she huffed. "Have you been waiting for me?" "Duh. But Ryland said if I forced you to go to training that he would burn my favorite shoes. So I decided to wait by the window until I saw you at the door. I knew you'd eventually come out, even if I wanted it to be a little earlier." She reached for my hand. "Now, let's go kick the asses of Ryland and Oliver." Before I could respond, the air was pulled from my lungs and everything went black for mere seconds, until my feet were on the grassy grounds of the training fields. "Who said I wanted to be here?" I asked, even though it was exactly where I had intended to head. A part of me had missed bantering with her, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to prod at her. "You had no choice. As your best friend, I made a vow to make sure you don't do anything stupid unless we're doing it together. I know there is still a lot of healing left to do. but I won't let you do it alone all the time. You had 5 days. Now give me this one."
I smiled at her. Probably my first true smile in days. "I love you, Satan."
"I love you too, Chuck. Now, go show the boys how you earned that nickname."
She winked.
"They already know I'm the devil."
Shaking my head, I had no doubts. They'd known Jordan a hell of a lot longer than I had, and I actually felt bad for all they'd probably had to endure before she was sent to Earth. We walked toward the training building and found only Ryland and Oliver in the center, both using swords against each other. "Are they trying to take the other's head off?" I gaped, then hissed as Oliver got awfully close to making contact with Ryland's shoulder.
"Oh, calm down. Neither of them will actually bleed. At least not intentionally. If they do, that's what we have Laurel for. She's the healer of all things. She once healed my feet when there was nothing left but bone and burnt skin."
I shuddered. Do I even want to know how that happened?
Dragons. Dirty, nasty beasts when they want to be. But I showed him who was boss in the end. I might have crawled away, but at least I was still breathing.
She had no fear whatsoever, and I drew on that courage, knowing I'd have to channel my inner Jordan to get through whatever was coming our way.
"Hey, losers, quit fighting like sissies and let us show you how it's done,"
Jordan yelled from the doorway. Ryland met my gaze as he lowered his sword. "You sure you're up for this?" "I am. Maybe not every day, but I'm going to take things one at a time for now." An owl hooted from outside, and I'd yet to see any others in Arveta besides Strix, so I turned back around. As soon as I walked back past the corner of the building, Strix was perched on a boulder. "It's time to see what you're capable of with some guidance. Are you ready, Kalia?" "I thought you said I had to be bonded first," I countered, hoping he wasn't up to any tricks. "If you wish to be successful, I still stand by my words, but it doesn't mean I can't teach you a few things. Now, come." I eyed a stray rock on the ground, really wanting to throw it at him for commanding me like a dog, but I resisted as the others appeared outside as well. "We're training with him today?" Oliver said with a layer of shock to his voice. I still sometimes forgot Strix was a bit of a celebrity around Arveta. "Don't make his head bigger than it already is. He's just an owl," I replied. Then wind promptly knocked me on my ass. "What was that, Callie?" Strix asked from above me, with his wings still flapping and keeping me pinned to the ground. There was so much pressure I couldn't even speak, but I hoped the glare in my eyes told him exactly what I thought. After my feathered frenemy was done showing off, I stood from the ground wiping the dirt off as I followed the others. Strix took us out into the furthest part of the fields, away from anyone else. He landed on a boulder, moving his gaze between each of us. "The four of you are unique in your own ways. You balance each other out in methods you're unaware of just yet, but I hope for you to learn." Jordan raised her hand like we were in school, though she didn't wait to be called on.
"What about the bonded animals? Where did they go after the fight?"
Ah, that was a great question, and something I had completely forgotten about. "They are near, but need time to adjust. This is a different world for them, so they need a bit more time before being overwhelmed with their bonded. I thought they'd find them during the fight, but only a select few did. The rest will need to be done more carefully," Strix answered. Maybe I could hang out with them and take my time away as well. I knew exactly how they felt. "Callie and Jordan work well together because they are polar opposites," Strix continued, while stretching his wings out and making himself a focal point. As he paused again, Jordan produced a flame from her hand, which I instinctively put out with water without thinking. How did I do that?
I asked, shocked my reflexes had taken over so easily.
It's the Aurelia power seeping through. It wants to be used. Your mind knew what needed to be done, so it did it.
Strix turned his head toward Oliver.
Kill that bush.
Oliver grimaced, but did as he was told. As soon as the leaves began to turn brown, my hands twitched to provide the plant with life, to give it water and let it thrive, but I held back.
Callie, let it out.
Strix demanded when I didn't let my instincts take over again. The action made me feel like I was losing control, and I wasn't fond of that. Regardless of how stubborn I could be, I trusted Strix and opened my hand. Magic flowed out the 10 feet toward the bush before turning into water as it covered the branches of the bush. Relief poured into me as the green began to come back.
Oliver controls the earth. He could have healed it on his own, but if he was ever unable, Callie, you need to know you're capable of assisting him. Though we need to do something about the mental restraints keeping you from reaching your full potential,
Strix said as soon as I cut off the water to the plant. Yeah, easier said than done for someone who didn't know a whole lot about this world until a few weeks ago, I grumbled.
And you're not going to learn with that attitude, Strix retorted.
Ryland stepped forward.
What about me? Callie seems to create her own storms just fine. How do we help each other?
Strix spread his wings again, but this time drifted off the rock and circled the two of us.
You and Callie are nearly one and the same. Should you complete your bond, the shared power between the two of you will be nothing like we've seen since the last king and queen. Ryland, the wind you yield will complement the storms Callie cannot control. Where one is weak, the other will be strong. You will need to rely on each other when faced with uncertainty. One cannot succeed without the other.
Strix was going to pound those words into my head until I gave in, but he was only making me more resistant. I wasn't a fan of being told what to do, even if I was beginning to remember why I wanted to complete the bond in the first place. The only reason I was standing in the training field was because of Ryland. But even that wasn't going to last long if the owl insisted on taking every opportunity to remind me of what I was supposed to do.
I think that's enough, Strix. Callie gets the point, so unless you have something new to address about that particular situation, then I suggest we move on.
Ryland said sternly. The others gasped, but I merely smiled. Ryland continued to show me everything that he was, including standing up for what he was passionate about. I glanced back at Strix. So, what next? Besides each of us blending well together with our different elemental abilities, how do you propose we beat a lark?
You can't merely beat him. You have to kill him. From what I've learned, there is only one way to succeed in doing so, and it's going to take a group effort. Hence the purpose of my display just moments ago.
I have no problems killing the Dark Fae, I just need to know how, I said confidently. Strix twisted his head.
It's not that simple, and we're going to have to do some legwork before we can make it happen.
I swear, if he mentioned me bonding with Ryland one more time, I was going to...
A lark will have spell after spell in place to keep himself alive. Like I've said before, he's been preparing for this possible fight for decades, so we need to think beyond our own abilities. There is a dagger that is said to kill any being that it strikes the heart of. We need to make that blade and use it against the Dark Fae before he learns what it is.
What do you mean, make? Jordan asked.
The blade is not yet forged. It will take pure metal from the gnomes, blood of a vampire, and a heart stone gifted from a succubus in order to create the weapon you'll need to kill a lark. Strix answered.
I'd already met a gnome, and while not appealing, he didn't seem completely unreasonable. Though I wasn't too keen on meeting the other two beings unless all vampires were like Brooke, but something told me that wasn't going to be the case.
I love the succubi.
Oliver waggled his eyebrows, and Ryland punched him in the kidney.
We won't be there for pleasure, so keep your mind clear.
Ryland snarled. Oliver's hands went up.
I was just kidding. Calm down, man.
You weren't kidding, and we all know it, Jordan added as I recalled the scorned vampire from the other world. Oliver apparently got around quite a bit, but he had seemed remorseful about Brooke, and I wondered if there were more feelings there than he let on. If we're going to be in the other world, will Brooke be escorting us? I asked Strix. Oliver flinched at my question, which gave me the confirmation I'd been looking for.
Queen Navi will lend us her people, and I believe Brooke is one of them, so it's possible she'll be with us while we're traveling through the different sections.
Oliver mumbled something under his breath, but I didn't catch it. All that mattered was that if Brooke was tagging along, he'd hopefully be on his best behavior, since she didn't appear to put up with his crap.
Callie, I want you to work independently for today, and the others will assist you as needed. You three keep an eye on her. Don't ask, just act. The four of you need to work together seamlessly if you intend to keep yourselves alive.
Well, that wasn't ominous or anything. Taking a step forward, my hands went to my crown, making sure it was in place and still plastered to my head. The first day I'd gone out on my own to let loose after losing my parents, I'd almost lost control. Power had been pouring so furiously from my body, even the crown had had enough. When I'd felt it slip down my forehead, everything within me began to ache. I knew then that Laurel hadn't been kidding about what the crown could do for me, so I'd been extra careful the last few days when I'd needed a release, even if at times I'd been tempted to see what would happen without it. What should I do first? I asked, ready to show them some of the things I'd been working on in private. I was certain Strix was already aware of them, but the others had no idea what I'd grown capable of since letting some of my restraints go.
I want you to create a storm, but only keep it the size of this boulder, Strix demanded.
But I can do one much bigger.
I know that, but bigger is not always better. Control is the ultimate weapon. If you have no control, your power is useless.
The smugness of his voice grated on my nerves. But I'd left the house that morning so I could accomplish something. I needed to get closer to beating a lark. And if I had to put up with the know-it-all owl, then so be it. I tightened my ponytail, then rubbed my hands together. Magic began to gather at my core, and I marveled at how easily it came to me. Almost too easily, as I fought to keep it from dumping out of me like I usually allowed when I was on my own. It was incredible to think that just the month before, I was technically only human. I might have known of Arveta, but none of Strix's training prepared me for the well of strength that flowed through me as I focused on creating the mini-storm. A cloud formed above me, and I guided it with my hands next to the boulder Strix still sat on. From the cloud, water poured into the ground hard and fast. Sweat built on my brow as I concentrated on pushing my abilities. The cloud was growing bigger by the second, and I could already feel my control slipping. But I doubled my efforts and contained it once more. The rain turned to ice, and thunder sounded from the cloud as small flashes of light flickered through the 10-foot-tall storm. A smile grew on my face until one of the lights ricocheted off a piece of sleet and smacked me in the face. Blinded, I lost my control over the storm and felt power rip from my chest. Pain tore through me like the storm I'd created, and I cried out. Wind began to whip around us, and I was certain I'd ended up in the center of the storm. But when I opened my eyes, Ryland stood next to me, his hands glowing and his face full of concentration. I followed his gaze and saw he was containing my storm. He was controlling my power. Power I simply let flow freely when I needed the release, and had yet to take true command of on my own. Jordan nudged my shoulder, bringing me out of my shock. He can't keep it locked down for long. Bring your magic back to you, Chuck. Shaking my head, I cleared my distracting thoughts and focused. I closed my eyes and called the storm back to me, starting backward from how I'd created it. When Ryland let out a sigh of relief, I finally opened my eyes. He reached for me, his fingers wrapping around my elbow.
Are you okay?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't exactly sure what I was thanking him for. For stopping the storm from getting out of hand like it usually did? For caring about me? For simply being kind? Maybe all of the above. And hopefully he knew it. Ryland nodded and released me, giving me the space that I needed to catch my breath and focus on what had gone wrong.
Did any of you learn anything just now?
Strix asked. Callie is dangerous and we shouldn't piss her off, Jordan offered. Strix snapped his beak at her.
Anything useful? I acted on instinct and helped her. I listened to my gut when it said Callie needed my help,
Ryland said, proving Strix's earlier point.
Yes, that's what I was hoping would happen.
The owl's feathers ruffled. My arms crossed. So, you were counting on my failure?
As I've said before, you're not capable of...
My hand went up. Nope, I don't want to hear it. I got it. I didn't need to listen for the 100th time about how I wouldn't be any good until I accepted my bond. I might have been broken, but I was also a strong woman. I didn't need a man to accomplish what I set out to do. And I'd be damned if I didn't prove it just to spite the owl, even if it meant denying myself happiness in the process. Chapter 4. While porting back to my house, I'd decided there had been enough training for one morning. Maybe I'd feel up to going back out later in the afternoon. But Strix had pushed my buttons one too many times. I needed a break before I did or said something I couldn't take back. Slamming the door closed, I stormed into the living room and really wanted to destroy something. Though seeing the house clean after Jordan had done most of the work gave me pause. I was never a violent person before, but the rage swirling within me had changed everything I thought I knew about myself. Tapping sounded on the glass, and I turned around to find Strix hovering at the door. My head shook, hoping he would go away when I didn't let him in. The stubborn owl glared at me.
I'm not going anywhere, Kalia. We can have this conversation mentally or out loud, but either way, it's happening. Right now.
What's left to say? I already know what you want from me. My arms crossed in defiance. Yes, I was aware I was acting like a child, but he seemed to trigger the response out of me as of late, and I couldn't stop the attitude from spilling out.
I promise, what I have to say is not what you think. Please, let me in.
Strix's eyes stared me down, and the walls I'd erected around myself over the last 5 days wavered, as memories traveled through my mind of how close we were before everything had gone to hell. Strix had been a true friend, my bonded animal. Yet I didn't understand why he had pushed me so hard. He'd pushed me until I was furious, even though he was already aware of my thoughts. After ignoring him for a solid minute, and realizing he was as stubborn as I was, I finally let him in. He flew to the couch and I followed, choosing to sit across from him.
I'm sorry,
he began, and I felt the sincerity of his apology through our bond.
I thought you needed pushing, but I realize now that you need a friend more, and I've done a horrible job of that.
Feathered Owl says what? I couldn't believe Strix was apologizing, but I appreciated it more than he knew. I understand why you were pushing, and I'm pretty sure you were chosen for me because we are a lot alike. I'm not going to say I told you so, but you should have known better. I smirked at him, unable to stay mad for very long, especially when, just by those couple of sentences, it really did seem as though he learned his lesson. He clicked his beak like he loved to do when I irritated him.
We are much too alike. In that you are right, young one.
So, will you drop the bonding thing? Let me do this how I want to? I asked. He sighed.
I wish I could. You don't know how much I wish you weren't going to be forced into this choice, but you need an anchor to your goodness, Callie. You need someone to keep you from succumbing to the darkness I can already feel growing within you. And Ryland is that person.
Why can't it be you? We're bonded, aren't we? He flew to me, and I held my hand out, bringing him close as he brushed his feathers against my cheek.
Yes, we are, but not in the same ways. Before you were created, your soul came to me. I knew you before you even existed in the physical sense. Even still, our bond is not the same as a Meraki one. While I will always be a part of your life, I cannot do for you what Ryland can.
This magic stuff was beyond what my mind could sometimes handle. I didn't understand how it was possible for Strix to know my soul before I was born. But it was also fascinating. Talia also mentioned Ryland would be my anchor, that I didn't need to bond with Ryland because I was weak, but because my abilities were too great. I said, once again remembering why I had been so ready before.
Your grandmother is one of the wisest fae I have ever had the pleasure of knowing.
His beak parted as if he was trying to smile.
I thought I would never have another bond like the one with her. But if you can forgive my persistence, then I'm certain I will be proven wrong.
I lowered my forehead, pressing it against the side of his head. Of course, I forgive you. But only if you teach me how to keep you away from my every thought. We need to set some boundaries if all is going to be forgiven.
I won't say no to that. Your thoughts can be rather distracting at times. It might be better for the both of us.
His feathers ruffled, and I almost shoved him away, but I knew he was joking. Well, at least partially. So, how do I block you? I asked. His wings came around both sides of my face.
Close your eyes and build a wall within your mind. Make it out of whatever you want. Wood, brick, cement, metal, anything that is sturdy. Do it slowly and precisely.
Concentrating, I did as he said, choosing brick and mortar, laying each row piece by piece until I was satisfied. When it was done, I added a bit of magic to it in my mind, sealing it with power I still didn't quite understand but felt right away.
Very well. That was the final step, and I didn't even have to tell you.
Strix praised. What was?
Sealing the wall. With that magic, you should be able to take the wall down as you please, and it will remain in effect for as long as you will it to. I can no longer hear your thoughts, but I can sense your feelings still.
My eyes narrowed. How do I know you're not just saying that?
Kalia, would I lie to you?
No, he wouldn't. He would drive me insane, but Strix had never lied to me. Thank you for teaching me. I hugged him close.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I needed to know you were safe. I had preferred to wait until you were bonded, but since you insist on delaying that, I hope you can accept this as part of my apology." Pulling back, I brought him up to eye level. "You really feel that strongly about my bonding with Ryland?" "I do. It is what will keep you safest, and your safety is of the utmost importance to me. It would crush me to lose you in any sense." What hurt most about agreeing to the bond again was knowing that my parents wouldn't be there to see it happen. It was part of the reason I'd been so hesitant. The last time had been so perfect, with my mom helping me get ready and my dad waiting outside to escort us to the town hall. Everything had felt right that day, until it wasn't. No longer would the bonding ceremony be something I could look back on fondly. The memories would always be tainted with the images of the bloodied room and my parents' death. Even if nothing went wrong on the second try, I couldn't ever forget the first. Pressure pushed against the wall I'd built around my thoughts, and I recognized Strix's essence. Lowering the block was hard, not only because it took a significant amount of magical effort, but also because in doing so, I made myself vulnerable again. Once I worked past the obstacles, the love Strix had for me flowed through my mind, and I was instantly relieved of the sadness that had been creeping in. "I know you're still hurt, Kalia. I wish I could make that go away. But it is also my duty to guide you onto the right path. Please don't mistake that for me being insensitive to your feelings. If I didn't believe you care for Ryland, I would not push so hard." I hugged him once more as overwhelming emotion overcame me, and I let fresh tears fall down my cheeks. "I know that. I've known it all along. It's just hard to think about moving forward without them. My heart doesn't know how to move on. Bonding with Ryland is like getting married. How am I supposed to do that without my parents?" Agony tore through me as grief stronger than ever before took over my every thought. I was only 19. I might be strong, but a girl still needed her parents. Watching them get murdered. It was too much. The hurt was too much. I didn't know how to move past it. "You are not moving on without them. Even though you can't see them, they are here. And I can guarantee with every tear you shed, they shed twice as many. But you need to know how proud of you they were. You were their everything, and all they wanted for you was your happiness. If you choose to bond with Ryland, it won't be something you're doing without them. I can promise you that." I had no more words to say, because I wanted so badly to believe he was right, to believe that my parents were there even if I couldn't see or feel them. So I just squeezed him tighter. Warmth filled me from the inside, spreading through my chest and out toward my arms and legs. Love and pride swelled within me, and I went from crying to sobbing in a matter of moments. They really were there. I had no tangible confirmation that the feeling had come from my parents, but I let myself further believe Strix was right, and they were proving his truth. Moments later, when the tears dried up, I finally released Strix from my clutches. "Okay. If Ryland will still have me, then I will bond with him. But I still stand by my previous decision to take things slow." His feathered head pressed against my arm. "I understand, and I know he will, too." "So, what now?" I asked. "Now, you tell your Meraki what you want, and we make it happen, on your terms. After that, we resume training and then head to the other world within 2 weeks' time. The Guardians, who already bonded with other animals, are scouting Alark's known spots. So far, they've seen no sign of him, and I consider this a good thing."
My face pinched. How so? Wouldn't it be better to know where he is at all times? His head shook.
"If he isn't surfacing, he's hiding. You scared him, and that's good. Though if we wait too long, we risk him doing something drastic. So we will train until our time is up, then go in search of the items we need to forge the dagger."
I shuddered at the thought of purposely seeking out vampires. It didn't seem wise to me, but all I knew about them came from fictional movies and books back on Earth.
"Brooke wasn't so bad, was she?"
Strix asked, reading my thoughts and reminding me I hadn't put my wall back up. Before answering him, I fixed that problem and realized he was right. But where there was good, there was usually bad. Nothing was perfect, and I wasn't naive enough to believe we wouldn't find trouble with the creatures we needed to help us. However, I wouldn't let that stop me from completing the challenge given. We would gather all of the pieces and forge the dagger. Then, I would hunt a lark to the ends of all the worlds if I had to. One way or another, he would die by my hand. And for the first time in days, the thoughts of his death brought me peace, instead of the growing darkness I'd been clinging to. Chapter 5. Randomly just telling someone you were ready to be bonded for all eternity wasn't as easy as I first thought. Of course, we had already discussed it, but this was awkward territory, and Ryland had been much too nice. My heart still hadn't completely let him off the hook for pushing me away in the beginning, but my more sensible side was trying to be reasonable. He came from a completely different world than I did. He had old-school values and principles. His commitment was overwhelmingly intact. When I really broke it down, I didn't blame him for being angry at the thought of being forced to disgrace his first love. Fabricated or not, it had been real for him, and he'd made a lifelong promise to her that he'd intended to keep, even after death. Well, until he learned she'd deceived him. Knowing he was willing to give me that same vow once he knew the truth was equally overwhelming. The conversation and emotional outpour with Strix had definitely pushed back the growing darkness and rage I had within me, but it didn't make what came next any easier. After finding Jordan, she let me know Ryland and Oliver were back at the training center and helping some of the newer Guardians. It was a task they used to take on often before dealing with the drama I'd brought into their lives. I showed up at the facility and watched from the door. My Meraki was kind, caring, and strong. He truly enjoyed helping others. But even seeing and telling myself all of that didn't help me with what I had to do next. Accepting the bond was daunting, but necessary according to Strix, who I trusted with my life. The connection between Ryland and me wasn't going anywhere, and making it official didn't change anything. Well, except it would put Strix at ease and help me control the abilities within me well enough to kill a lark. When I really broke it down, I'd be a fool to deny it any longer. But I wouldn't stop myself from wanting some distance until we truly knew each other. Ryland noticed me as he turned to adjust the form on one of the Guardians. He grinned as he took a step forward, then paused, likely trying to decide if he'd be welcome. Instead of making him suffer, I waved him over.
"What's wrong?"
he asked when he got closer. Nothing? Why?" His body was suddenly tense as he stared intently at me.
"Your eyes. They're brighter than normal and red around the edges as if you've been crying. Did someone say something to you?"
I grinned. Pretty sure if I told him someone had hurt my feelings that he was prepared to hunt them down and torture them slowly. That was the commitment I was drawn to, even if it was a lot to take in. I knew it was his way of showing he cared. I was talking with Strix, I started, but he cut me off.
I told him to leave you alone. I'm going to rip his feathers out one by one.
Ryland snarled, and I reached to grab his arm before he could port away. It was good, and exactly what I needed. Strix didn't do anything wrong. He actually helped me a lot. Ryland softened and stepped closer.
How so?
Well, the growing darkness from the grief is more manageable than it was an hour ago, I answered, avoiding the reason I'd come to find him. He placed a hand over mine that was still holding on to him.
That's good. He probably could have killed me, but I still would have tried to make him stop forcing things on you that you're not ready for.
Warmth filled me, and there was a pull within me that yearned to step closer to Ryland. But I ignored it as I said my next words. He also helped me to understand why I was so afraid of bonding with you now, when I had been so ready before. I still want to take things slowly, but I'd like to try again, if you would. The gap between us became smaller as he cradled my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him.
No, we won't do this because you feel there is no other option.
The words felt harsh, but there was also a different kind of care within them I'd never experienced before. I'm not being pushed into this. The bond is there regardless of whether or not we let the council do their official sealing, whatever it is. There are too many benefits to ignore, and I just want to get it done. He flinched at my words, and I realized how cruel they sounded. Cheese and rice, I was a jerk. Now it sounded as if I was using him. I was no better than a lark at this point. I'm sorry, that came out wrong, I mumbled.
No, it didn't. But I understand. You didn't grow up here. You don't understand how special and uncommon this type of bond is. This isn't the way it's supposed to go, and I'm sorry you don't get to experience the process as it was created to be. But I will do this for you if it's what you really want.
Sigh. I was screwing this all up, and I wanted nothing more than to port home and find my mom in the kitchen cooking something amazing and ready to tell me everything would work itself out. Ryland's thumbs brushed away the stray tears I'd let fall.
It's going to be okay, Kelly.
My chest tightened as he said the words I so badly wanted to hear. Even though it wasn't the same as hearing them from my mother, I did believe that Ryland thought they were true. He had an absolute faith in me that continued to surprise me with every interaction. When I didn't respond, he pulled me closer and wrapped his arms around me. I fought to keep my emotions in check, especially since we were still in public. I'd cried enough that day, and it hadn't been my intention to continue doing so when I found Ryland. Still holding me close, he spoke softly near my ear.
How about I set up the bonding ceremony, but not for a couple of days? You wanted to get to know me, and I'd like to learn about the you that didn't grow up in Arveta. We can have a date or two and ease the transition.
I nodded. That sounds perfect to me. It really did. It would give me some more time to wrap my mind around everything. I should have been getting used to all the changes in my life. Something life-altering seemed to pop up around every corner for me lately, and I hoped that would soon end.
I'll go set everything up and pick you up in 2 hours for our first date if you're good with that.
I nodded, and he kissed my forehead.
Good. I'll see you then.
Strix flew in and landed on my shoulder just as Ryland was getting ready to disappear.
Not so fast. I already took care of the council. The ceremony will take place at an outside location instead of town hall, and will be at dawn in 2 days' time. That gives you this evening and all day tomorrow to do whatever you'd like. What about this afternoon? Ryland asked. The bonded animals are recovered, and I'd like for you to meet them before you take off.
A sense of excitement rushed through me. I'd seen a lot of the animals coming through the portal during the fight, but stress levels had been so high, I hadn't taken a moment to appreciate them in a proper way. "Thank you for coming to get us," I said with a sweep of my hand over his wing.
Yeah, don't get used to it. With that wall of yours up, it's not as easy to find you," he grumbled, and I grinned. Served him right after all the intrusions he made on my inner conversations. We ported to a field I'd never seen before and found Jordan and Oliver already there. Jordan was bouncing on the balls of her feet, and I'd never seen her giddier. "This is the best day ever!" she squealed, and I laughed. "Calm down. What if there isn't an animal for everyone?" I asked, and glanced at Strix with a wink. Jordan shoved me. "Hey, Debbie Downer, piss off." "Oh, don't be so sensitive. Strix already said everyone was getting one. I was just joking." When I glanced back at the owl, he shook his head. "Actually, not everyone. But Jordan shouldn't have anything to worry about." Well, that was cryptic. "Follow me." Strix flew toward a forested area I'd yet to venture to. We moved through the dense, shadowed area, and it opened up again after several yards to a much smaller clearing, packed with exotic animals from all over the earth. Tigers, panthers, cheetahs, lions, monkeys, snakes, foxes, bears, birds, and so many more I was probably missing. Each species came in different colors and sizes, and it was the most unreal experience to see them staring at us with so much humanity in their eyes. "What now?" Jordan whispered. "You wait. The animals will come to you when they're ready. Some will just want to meet you. Others may approach because they're your bonded pair. Don't assume until you're certain, and I promise you'll know. Also, don't touch until you've been given permission. These creatures haven't interacted with anyone outside our world in many years. Be patient." Patience and Jordan didn't often go well together, so I was surprised at her restraint as she stayed put. Oliver, on the other hand, shocked all of us by inching further from our group and toward the animals. "Should we stop him?" I asked. "Not yet," Strix replied. "So we wait until after he's lost a limb to one of the big cats?" Jordan joked, and as she did, a panther stepped out from the crowd and stalked toward Oliver. The beast of a cat, if you could even call it that, had to weigh a few 100 pounds, and muscles rippled through its legs as it crouched with its tail flicking behind. Oliver paused when he was about halfway between us and the panther. Strix hadn't budged from his perch on the tree, but I still began to get nervous. We might live long lives, but none of us was invincible. Just as I was about to call Oliver back, the sleek, shadowy animal launched itself at our friend and tackled him to the ground. Each of us took a step forward, but an invisible wall stopped us in our tracks. "What the hell, Strix?" Ryland roared, but I tugged on his hand. "Look." Oliver was laughing and rolling around in the grass with the panther as they played like children together. There were no claws extended from the oversized cat, and they both seemed to be enjoying themselves. The wall before us shimmered out of existence, and Jordan marched forward, intent clear in her stride. She mumbled under her breath about how she should have been the first and charged right into the crowd of animals, perfectly capable of killing her. My best friend was certifiable. "Are you going to do anything about this?" I asked Strix. "Nope." "What happened to the animals will come to you spiel?" Ryland added. Strix ruffled his feathers. "Now that I'm seeing it, this seems like more entertainment. The animals won't hurt her. Much." Charging forward, I went after my best friend with Ryland right behind me. There was no way I was going to let her get mauled by wild beasts. That was until I found her groping each one before she shook her head and moved on.
As she was playing with a monkey, I spotted a lion creeping toward her backside. I launched forward at the same time he did and tackled his hind legs. He roared in my face, catching the attention of everyone around us.
"Get off me, guardian,"
he spat. "Like hell I will. You were going to eat my best friend," I snarled back. His back leg kicked me in the gut, and I let go as Ryland grabbed my arms to pull me back.
"I was only going to take a little nibble,"
the lion purred as soon as Jordan grabbed onto his mane. "Did you attack her? Bad kitty." Their heads pressed together, and I narrowed my eyes. Freaking wild animals, Jordan included. Well, I guess everything is fine after all. Strix warned us for no reason. As I said the words, Jordan's fist sailed past my head and collided with a snake. Not exactly. My body shivered. Rye, if you could find your bonded animal, that would be great. I was more than ready to leave the clearing before something else tried to kill me. Strix flew closer and landed on the back of the lion.
"About that,
Ryland doesn't have one as of now. I thought it would be best for the two of you to focus on your bonds and not have the distraction of another." My eyes immediately went to Ryland. His face didn't show any emotion, but I knew he had to be disappointed. Seeing the excitement from Jordan and Oliver was contagious, and I knew the joy firsthand with Strix. My heart broke a little for him, because even though he agreed with Strix, I knew he was lying through his teeth. Chapter 6. We left Jordan and Oliver with their new animal friends, allowing them the time they needed to get acquainted, which seemed fitting because Ryland and I were off to do the same thing.
"So I was going to plan everything after I went to the council, but since Strix already took care of that for us, is there anything you'd like to do?"
Ryland asked as we walked back toward town. Even though we could port wherever we wanted within Arveta, I still enjoyed strolling through the lands. There was always something new to see, and I was easily entertained with anything unusual like what I saw next. "What is that?" I pointed to a small creature staring at us from a bush.
"That? You don't want to know."
He shuddered, causing me to laugh. I took a step forward. "It looks perfectly innocent." The furry thing had massive ears that stood straight up, big round saucer eyes, and gray fur I wanted to sink my fingers into. Ryland grabbed my arm.
"Seriously, it will kill you before you can even blink."
"I thought this place was like Utopia. Or is it more like Australia? It just looks stunning, but you're likely to die no matter where you go, even in your own home." He laughed.
"I don't know much about Australia, but there are only a handful of animals here vicious like that thing. Thankfully, the rest of the bad ones don't look near as innocent."
We kept strolling, finally arriving at the training center where the beginning of town came into view.
"So, our date? Are you still up for it?"
He asked. "I am if you are. I know the news earlier might have made your afternoon not so great," I said, hoping to get him to open up about how he really felt not having his own animal.
Honestly, the moment Strix said not everyone would get one, I had a feeling he was speaking to me. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm not worried about this one. He was right. I have more important things to focus on right now.
Well, maybe he really was okay with it. He was a bigger person than me. I know I wouldn't have been very accepting of being the only one without a bonded animal. Well then, how about you surprise me for our outing? I don't know much about Arveta, and I haven't eaten out much, so you pick. He stared off at town as we kept moving along and finally smiled.
Okay, I think I have an idea. How about you go home and change into something comfortable? Jeans and a t-shirt are just fine. I'll meet you at your place in less than 30 minutes.
Sure, I can do that." He leaned in and kissed my cheek, reminding me that he had promised to take every opportunity to show me his interest. The small kisses and touches he kept providing were definitely hitting home. I'd never been much for affection like that, but Ryland was quickly showing me how much of a difference it made in me opening up to him. When he did things like that, it felt natural. Easy, even. Without saying anything else, he poured it away, and I continued to walk the rest of the way to town. I hadn't been there since the fight with a lark. I hadn't been able to force myself to confirm the aftermath had been properly cleaned up. But maybe it was time. I was trying to heal, and if I was constantly afraid, then there would be no moving forward. Just as I stepped off the path and onto the main road, a hand reached out and grabbed me. "I don't think that's a good idea," Laurel said from the shadows of the nearest building. And why not? My fingers itched to defend myself, but thankfully my instincts had shown some restraint before punching the old lady in the face. "Aren't you supposed to be getting ready for a date?" she asked, and I nodded. "Well, causing yourself to spiral into an emotional battle of the past might just put a damper on the mood, don't you think?" "Wait a minute, how did you know I had a date?" She waved away my words. "That doesn't matter. Just know there is a time and place for grief. Today is not the day for you to walk through town." This old lady was crazy. I barely knew her, but she was speaking to me as if she was family. "Why do you care?" I asked. "Because if Aveta falls, then I have to move back to the other world, or worse, Earth. I'd rather not do either. So when I see a chance to keep things on the right path, I take it. Now listen to this old lady and go home." It wasn't that I wanted to obey her, but I also didn't have any desire to argue any longer. So I let her win. "Fine, but I'll be back tomorrow." "No, you won't. Tomorrow is too soon as well. You must wait until after the bonding ceremony, Kalia. If you don't..." She shook her head and grabbed both of my hands, still remaining in the shadows. "I know you have no reason to trust me, but please heed my warning. I can't say any more." Remembering back to my first day in Arveta, Laurel had been there when I'd woken. My parents had called on her to make sure I was okay. If they didn't have absolute faith in this crazy lady, then they wouldn't have done that. Deciding to use their judgment as my own, I consented. "All right, I won't be back until then, but only if you promise to tell me why at some point." She grinned. "You're very much like your mother, you know. That's something she would have said as well." My chest tightened with sorrow. "Mom, I missed her so much." "We have a deal. But only after you've killed a lark and things follow a certain path will I tell you." That last bit intrigued me. "I will do that. Thank you, Laurel." Then she was gone. Maybe she wasn't so crazy after all. Nah, she was definitely far from normal. I ported home and headed to the guest house where most of my clothes still were. Jordan wasn't there yet, and I didn't expect her to be anytime soon either. Once I was changed, I headed back to the main house and brushed out my hair before putting it in a braid. It had been in my face most of the day and was driving me crazy. The crown did nothing to help either. Glancing at the clock, it was already dinner time, and I hoped Ryland was taking me out to a restaurant. Then I remembered Laurel's warning and wondered if there were any places to eat that weren't on the main road. Another 10 minutes later, Ryland showed up, red-faced and carrying 3 bags.
"That old biddy and her rambling. She's lucky Francisco was there."
"What are you mumbling about?" I laughed, because he seemed beyond irritated, and I had a feeling I knew why. He set the bags on the kitchen counter and began taking boxes out.
Laurel, I was making reservations for us, trying to have our first date be something to remember, but she stopped the whole thing before I could finalize it.
For an older lady, she sure moved quick. She got to me, too, and I already figured we wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Don't worry about it. What if we take the food somewhere and watch the sunset? I've yet to do that since arriving, and it used to be one of my favorite things to do at my parents' house on Earth. A smile grew on his face until one dimple I rarely saw appeared.
I have the perfect place.
Boxes were already going back into bags, and he was walking out the door before I could say another word. After following him outside, I took his outreached hand, and he ported us to the hot springs he'd shown me before. The last time we'd been there, I'd been enthralled with the area, but I'd also been a hot mess and hadn't had the chance to appreciate it as much as I would have liked. I pulled my hand from Ryland's and found a spot we could sit where I'd be able to put my feet in the water. When I started taking off my shoes and rolling up my pants, he just stared at me with a silly smile on his face. "What?" I asked.
Your enthusiasm for the things that make Arveta special that most of us take for granted after living here for so many decades. It's refreshing.
He took a seat next to me but opted to keep his feet out of the water as he put the food out.
I got a little of everything since I wasn't sure what you liked.
There isn't much about food I don't like, so this is perfect. We began eating while asking questions about each other, keeping to the basics and random stuff. Favorite color, childhood memory, books, movies, and anything light. I learned he loved fishing, but rarely was able to do it. He also had a knack for woodworking and promised to show me some of his pieces one day. Thank you for this. It feels normal, and there hasn't been much of that lately, I said as I dried off my pruny toes. His hand settled on my leg.
You're welcome. We can do it again tomorrow if you'd like. Not this exact thing, but I can take you to other places. Arveta isn't huge, but there is plenty to explore.
Dropping the towel, I placed my hand over his. I'd like that. A lot. And I really did mean it. We'd spent the last hour with no distractions and no worries, and I'd almost been able to forget how crappy my life had been the last week. If I could have more moments like this, I would take them at every opportunity. Surprising me, he gave my hand a gentle tug, and I toppled into his lap.
That wasn't how that was supposed to go.
He grinned as I tried to right myself, but he grabbed me first. As he pulled me over, I found myself practically straddling his lap, and my heart was racing. We'd kept a physical distance between the two of us for the most part, and I wasn't sure what he was thinking, but I wasn't going to move until I figured it out. His fingers moved up my arms until both hands held my neck.
I'm going to kiss you.
There was no question in his words, but he gave me the opportunity to object, which I appreciated, but didn't do. Instead, I leaned in and welcomed the contact. His lips were soft, and I yielded to him with no apprehension as I moved closer. It was our first real kiss that was more than a quick whisper, and he'd made it one I'd never forget with the sound of water around us and the stars glimmering above. When we finally pulled apart, both of us were holding on to each other, and I was a little embarrassed I'd practically mauled him. But he made it seem natural.
How about I get you home so you can rest before tomorrow? I already have some ideas, and you'll need your energy,
he said. My mind instantly went to places it probably shouldn't have, but I couldn't help myself after the kiss we'd shared. Feeling my face get red, I agreed and moved to get my shoes and socks back on, while he packed up everything that we'd brought with us. After arriving back at the house, we shared one last kiss at the door. Then I watched him disappear from the deck. My heart and head were finally in the right place. But as I stepped inside the house, I just hoped that the memories of our perfect date were enough to keep the nightmares away for the night. Chapter 7. The following day was the first good day I'd had in a while, and I was able to keep my emotions in check for a majority of the day. It had begun with Ryland showing up at dawn, stating our second date couldn't be done at any other time. He'd taken us to caves filled with vey-bugs, the Arvatan equivalent of Earth's glowworms, but these ones glowed like the northern lights when gathered together. Between the colorful glow of the bugs and the small stream rolling through, I'd been in heaven for the few hours we'd ventured around the caves. When lunchtime came around, the bugs began to disappear, taking our light with them. I had then understood why he'd gotten me up so early. An extra couple hours of sleep wouldn't have been worth missing that experience. Ryland dropped me back off at the house so he could tend to some of his guardian responsibilities, and I finally caught a glimpse of Jordan through the guest house window. Before I could twist the handle, Jordan came barreling outside. "Where the hell have you been, Chuck?" Her arms wrapped around me and held on tightly as we stumbled to the ground. Out? What about you? It's not just me who's been busy." She brushed her blonde hair away. "Why didn't you tell me how awesome it was having a bonded animal?" "Dominic is obnoxious, stubborn, and handsy. He's my spirit animal, and I love him." Jordan rolled onto her back, the most excited I'd ever seen her, and I reached for her hand. "I'm really happy for you, Jord." Her head twisted toward me, and she smirked. "You seem pretty happy yourself, and I've seen Ryland come and go a few times. Care to share anything with your best friend?" "Not a chance, Satan." "Oh, come on. I'll behave, I promise." There was a twinkle in her eye that told me she was full of it, but she wouldn't stop bugging me until I caved. So I gave her the Cliff Notes version of the last day. "Holy crap, girl. He's not wasting any time, is he?" He's being equally patient and persistent, both of which are appreciated. Being around him keeps me grounded and the worst of the grief at bay, I answered before sitting up. She raised a brow and sat up as well. Sounds familiar. Isn't that how several people have described having a Meraki to you? But you still refused? Someone you didn't need to make you stronger, but a partner who would keep you grounded and balanced? I waved my hand. Yeah. That's why I agreed to the bonding ceremony. But it's not like I want to move in with him tomorrow or anything. I still want some space and time to get to know each other. As much as I would kill for a Meraki, I get it. And I'm proud of you for making that choice, for letting this be your decision just as much as it is fate's. Thanks, friend. How about we go inside? Unless you have somewhere to be with Dominic? She shook her head. He's out with the other animals. They're preparing for our group training tomorrow. I shuddered. Training with a bunch of wild animals did not sound like much fun, especially when that snake had tried to kill me the day before. Strix had better be able to keep his people in line, or I was going to start frying some reptiles. Morning came much too soon after staying up until the wee hours of the night. Ryland had surprised me with another dinner, but instead of taking the food out, I'd convinced him to stay in, and we watched some of my favorite book-to-movie flicks. I had to hand it to him. Even though some of them were extremely cheesy, he didn't complain once. After an amazing night, though, reality had returned, and the time had come to do something I'd been avoiding for the last couple of days, while I focused on the good in my life instead of the bad. Before the bonding ceremony, I wanted to visit my parents. It might not have been the smartest thing to do, but it felt right. So I crept out onto the porch before the sun rose and ported before Jordan could spot me. She wasn't known for being a morning person, but today wasn't a typical day. I was pretty much getting married later that morning, and I wouldn't put it past my Satan of a best friend, who was very upset I hadn't let her give me a bachelorette party the night before, to show up and do something over the top in the morning. When I appeared at the hill where the trees marking their burial sites were growing quicker than I thought possible, my chest tightened, but I managed to hold in the tears. That was progress I hadn't expected this early in my grieving. Sitting down, I fidgeted with the grass and thought about how to begin. "Hey, Mom and Dad. I know it's been a couple of days since I've been by, but I was doing things that I hope are making you proud up there. You were right, and Ryland isn't that bad, but don't worry, Dad. I'm still not rushing anything. Though we're going to try the bonding ceremony again this morning." I paused as tears fought for release. I didn't want to cry. I wanted to get through this knowing I'd at least moved through a tiny bit of grief. "Strix said you'll be there in spirit, and I really hope that's true. I don't want to do this without you. Well, whatever this is. I never got to ask what would happen at the ceremony, but I'm assuming it can't be that bad if the two of you were in support of it. Then again, you had also been okay with me dying in order to get into Arveta." I snorted at my own twisted humor. Then my mind circled back to the bonding ceremony. If it felt too much like a wedding ceremony, there was a decent chance I'd bolt. The whole cold feet saying was really starting to claw at me, so I changed the subject. "Can you guys see these trees? They're starting to grow together as they move inward, and it's one of the most striking things I've ever seen. Whatever magic they were planted with is definitely doing its job." My hands pressed into the bark of each tree. "I miss you both so much." My throat burned, and I let a few tears fall but kept the worst of my anguish at bay. Just as I wiped the last of the tears away, wind blew at my back. I sighed, thinking it was a sign from my parents. Instead, my bond to Strix flared to life as he landed next to me.
"Kalia,"
he said softly, then waited. I squeezed the trees once more and blew kisses to each of them before I stood and held my hand out for Strix. "Am I late?"
"Not at all. I just wanted to check on you. That wall of yours is a little too effective. You can't even seem to sense when I'm trying to politely reach out."
"Politely, huh?" His feathers ruffled.
"I could break through if I wanted, but it would hurt you, and I'm not that cruel."
Only part of that statement surprises me. I winked at him and pulled his body closer for a hug. I'd missed him during my time with Ryland. "How do I make the wall strong enough to keep you out, but transparent enough to hear you if I need to?" His wing swept up and brushed my cheek.
"We'll worry about that later today. Let's head to the bonding site."
I glanced down at myself. I'm wearing yoga pants and one of my dad's old shirts. Shouldn't I change first?
"You're perfect as you are. Now let's try something new while we're at it. I want you to close your eyes, ready yourself to port, but don't think about where you want to go. Focus on my energy and follow it instead. Trust in me."
That sounded like something that would be helpful in the future. I did as he asked, but I couldn't sense him. So I lowered my wall that kept him out and found the energy I knew to be uniquely Strix.
"Very good, Callie. I'm going to port in just a few seconds. Keep that link and be ready to follow."
Assuming he was looking at me, I nodded and kept my concentration. His energy began to change and I braced myself. For what, I wasn't sure, but it was new, so I couldn't help being cautious. Strix disappeared from my senses and I followed him. Or so I thought. Instead, I ended up back at home with him, nowhere to be seen. Cheese and rice. Now what am I supposed to do? I said to myself.
Port to the forest entrance where we entered to meet the other animals. I'll meet you there," Strix replied since I still had my wall down. Without saying anything, I did as he asked. Just as my feet landed on the soft ground, Strix came gliding through the trees. "Don't be disappointed, Callie. It's a perk that takes great concentration and a lot of practice. With all you have going on, I didn't expect you to get it the first time, but wanted to see how you'd do without giving you any doubts." He thought he was so smart. No, he was just a pain in my ass. I heard that. Immediately, I threw my wall back up and glared at him. "Where are we going? And is everyone else already there?" "Ryland and Laurel are there, but no one else. Laurel didn't think it was a good idea." "How did Jordan take that?" I asked, disappointed my best friend wouldn't be there, but also okay with it. The less people there, the less it would feel like a really big deal. "I'm not sure. Dom told her instead of me." "Chicken," I muttered. His beak snapped at me. "No, I'm smart." He took off into the forest and we headed the opposite way we'd gone before until I heard a stream. Another minute later, the trees thinned out, and I saw Ryland standing in the water, while Laurel circled around him with what looked to be some sort of smudge stick. I tried to use one once in Portland and ended up doing it wrong and smoking us out of the house. Jordan had promptly thrown it away. Ryland was wearing all white, and his hair and clothes were wet, as if he'd been swimming. Thankfully, nothing was see-through, so I didn't have to worry about inappropriate thoughts. The two of them ignored us until Laurel stepped out of the water. "Perfect timing!" She snapped her fingers and flicked some sort of magic at me. "Now you're ready. Please step into the water, but don't touch Ryland." Glancing down, I noticed I was wearing the same clothes as Ryland, only several sizes smaller. Strix nudged me forward when I didn't move on my own, and I smiled back at him. "Where is the council? I thought they had to do this ceremony." He landed on the ground since there was nothing nearby to keep him at eye level. "Normally, yes, but there is nothing normal about this situation, so Laurel made different arrangements with their permission." "She seems to be doing that a lot lately," I said with a pointed stare at her as I remembered her demanding I stay away from the main part of town, then ruining Ryland's dinner plans. My feet went into the water and it was surprisingly warm. When I was knee-deep and about 4 feet from Ryland, Laurel began to circle me with her smudge stick that smelled heavily of sage and something else that I couldn't identify. Her graying hair was pulled back into a braid, and she wore clothes similar to those of Ryland and me, except hers were dark gray, almost black where the water had touched. After she'd done a few more circles, she stopped in front of me. "Sorry." Then she pushed me into the water. I spat and spurted as I tried to catch myself, but it was useless. Instead of fighting it, I dunked myself completely. When I emerged, I pushed my hair away from my face only to find I was missing something vital. "Where is my crown?" Whatever calm Laurel had been building within me with her juju was long gone as panic began to fill me. I turned to search the water, but she grabbed my arms and caught me off guard with her strength. "I have it in a safe place. You are okay here, I promise." My heart slowed, but the anxiety didn't subside completely. I didn't like not knowing the whole plan, and she should have warned me. "Why isn't Ryland moving?" I asked when I realized he hadn't reacted to my freakout. "He is in stasis, as you will be soon. Now, stand still and let me clear your aura again," she demanded, then added, "and remove any blocks you have. You need to be completely open to what's about to happen." Strix nodded, so I put down my wall. It wasn't like my internal thoughts were anything new to him, so I hoped I had nothing to worry about. Once my shoulders relaxed,
Laurel started murmuring words I couldn't understand, and I grew calmer by the second. My body swayed, and I was convinced I'd fall back into the water, but I couldn't find it in me to care. Then everything else faded away. I found myself floating in the air, but it was dark around me. I tried to move, but I was immobile, and dread filled me. "Strix?" No response. My brain was screaming words, but no sound would come out. A heaviness settled over me as a familiar energy filtered into the emptiness around me.
"Hello, Kalia."
Chapter 8. My head swiveled around, but I couldn't see anything through the surrounding darkness. There wasn't even a flicker of light visible around me. My stress levels reached new heights as a lark continued to call my name. It rolled off his tongue in a sensual way that made my skin crawl, but at the same time intrigued me, which then turned into fury. I would not find him attractive. I couldn't find him appealing in any way possible. I refused to be the reason people died.
"Kalia, why do you fight me?"
He whispered in my ear, and my arms flung out but didn't touch anything. "Get away from me!" I tried to access my magic, but it was as if it had been stripped away from my core.
"Stop struggling. It's pointless. We're in a realm of nothingness that I created, and neither of us have power. We are equal and can be ourselves without any obstacles. Now, do you care to tell me what you're up to today?"
Damn it! How did he keep finding out about the bonding ceremony? "None of your business. Now send me back," I demanded, while trying to figure out how to do so myself.
"You see, it doesn't work that way. I didn't bring you here all on my own. A part of you wants to be with me. I called for you, and you answered."
"Lies!" I screamed. I shuddered as his breath brushed over my neck.
"Keep telling yourself that, my sweet."
He'd yet to actually touch me, but he seemed so close that I should have been able to reach him. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to reason with him.
"You know the answer to that, so why do you ask the question?"
He replied. My head shook. "I thought you wanted to kill me."
"That's Plan B. Given that you're here with me, I still have hope for Plan A, but don't take that for weakness, my sweet. I won't hesitate to kill you, given the opportunity. If you continue to refuse me and offer yourself to that worthless guardian."
My mind raced, trying to figure out where we were and how I'd gotten there. Most importantly, why I couldn't feel anything physical. My emotions were heightened, but every physical sense seemed to have vanished.
"They're not teaching you enough in Arveda. If you'd have come with me, you'd know exactly what was happening to you."
He grumbled. "I will never go anywhere with you unless it's to kill you. You murdered my parents. I can't let that go unpunished," I snapped.
"Am I the one who needs punishing? Because let's be honest, whose fault was it really?"
Anguish soared through me like never before. I couldn't stomp the emotions down as they took over every facet of my being. Rage, sorrow, and vengeance were all so prominent within me. Yet I couldn't do anything about them as they bubbled within, demanding to be released.
"That's it, Kalia. Feel so deeply that you have to see the truth. See that you're no good for anyone else but me. We were cut from the same cloth. We belong together."
Power burst from me as I exploded, literally, or so I was certain. Everything around me shredded in my mind as light began to filter through, and a lark's screams faded into the distance. My name was being called, but I couldn't respond. I didn't know what would happen if I did anything other than hold on to what was left of me, which didn't seem like much. Ryland's hands yanked me from the water.
Callie, wake up!
His fear finally penetrated whatever had been holding me hostage, and I opened my eyes, fury filling my every thought. He took me.
What are you talking about? Who and when?
Ryland asked as Strix hovered right behind him. A lark. I was gone. Didn't you see? Panic filtered through as I tried to remember everything that happened, but it was fading away by the second. Your physical form never left, Kalia. You went to a shared realm with him, Laurel said, disappointingly. I don't understand. How did that happen? He called for you, and you answered. Ryland's grip on me tightened.
Did you?
My head shook. It's not possible. Laurel sighed. It's not your fault. I thought this might happen. I did my best to give you the greatest chance at avoiding him, but he's stronger than I had hoped. And your connection to him is there, whether you want to admit it or not. I snarled at her. The only connection I have to that man is the one that drives my need to kill him. Strix landed on my knees that protruded from the water I still lay in.
I'm sorry, Kalia. I didn't know until just yesterday.
My glare turned on him. What are you talking about? Ryland was fully invested in the answer to that question as well. He had just as much of a stake in this as I did, it seemed.
The prophecy is there for a reason, even if it doesn't come true. Even if we can stop it from happening, it doesn't change the facts. The two paths before you are each very possible. If you choose it, you could bond with a lark the same as Ryland, even though he is your Meraki. I was going to tell you the moment I found out, but Laurel didn't want those thoughts interfering with the process.
What in the actual... Ryland's face turned several shades of red and purple before he finally spoke. I was still trying to process what the owl was saying.
So, are we unable to bond now that Alaric interrupted the ceremony? What does this mean for us?
Laurel moved closer. You can bond, but Alaric will fight it every chance he gets. Huh, he's probably not feeling too great right now. I exploded whatever hellhole he'd lured me into. Laurel raised a brow. Tell me what happened. Every detail, no matter how small. I gladly did as she asked, and poor Ryland was losing it as I continued. If the two of you are still open to completing the ceremony, I think now is our only shot. Callie would have weakened him with that move. Not his physical form, but the one that will keep getting in the way of any connection you share. Let's do it, I said immediately, then realized maybe Ryland didn't want to. Maybe knowing his Meraki was tied in some sick way to another was too much for him to handle. Well, as long as Ryland agrees. He didn't answer right away, and my heart began to break. But Ryland had yet to move away from me, so I was taking that as a good sign he wasn't going to bail. Though if he did, I wouldn't blame him.
Will Alaric be able to get in my head through our bond if Callie and I can complete the ceremony?
He asked Laurel. No, I don't believe so. Ryland grimaced.
Well, that's unfortunate. Regardless, let's try again. We'll deal with Alaric soon enough,
he said, and I breathed a little easier. Laurel didn't hesitate before she placed one hand on each of our chests. This is going to hurt. I was still sitting in the water with Strix on my knee and Ryland next to me. Laurel bent beside us and lowered herself as magic seeped into my body that didn't belong. Smoke rose from my chest, and when I glanced at Ryland, I could see the same was happening to him. Strix had flown out of the way and I couldn't see him any longer, as Laurel pushed us both further into the water until our bodies were completely submersed. Fear of drowning clawed at my mind, but it was quickly forgotten as the voice of Ryland sounded.
Kelly?
Yeah? I was weirded out, even though I did the whole mind-speak thing frequently with Strix. Having another in my head wasn't exactly appealing.
Are you okay?
He asked. I think so. You?
It's painful, but manageable.
We stayed in silence after that as I focused on fighting my body's desire to pass out. I wanted to be awake and alert for as long as I could, just in case a lark came back. A roar tore through my mind, and the agony reached a new peak. My body rose from the water, steam rolling off of me, as everything within me burned, and it reminded me of when my human side had died. My eyes finally closed, and I tried to reach out to Ryland, but my connection to him was gone, though I swore I could sense his panic. What felt like forever later, I dropped back into the water without an ounce of grace and choked as the stream rushed over me. Once I was back in control of my body, I sat up in the shallow pool, wiping water and hair away from my face. When my vision cleared, I searched for Ryland, but I couldn't see him. Then hands grabbed onto me, and I didn't hesitate to flip the person onto their back and position myself on top of them.
Whoa, Callie, it's just me.
Ryland was beneath me, head barely above water as my fist hovered just inches from his nose. Sorry, I blushed and cringed as a throat cleared.
Are the two of you done?
Laurel chastised. Moving off of Ryland, I let my weak body fall back into the water. I wasn't sure how long we'd been out there, but I felt like hell. Everything within me was zapped of energy.
Did it work?
Ryland asked as he reached down to help me up. I believe so, considering both of you are still breathing, Laurel replied coolly. A response was at the tip of my tongue, but a reaction was likely what she hoped for, so I didn't give her one. Instead, I found my footing and let Ryland guide me out of the water. Strix flew to me, with my crown in his talons.
You may or may not need this anymore, but I'd recommend keeping it on until we know for sure. How are you feeling?
Exhausted? And like I could sleep for a week? I answered honestly.
The two of you should go back to the house and rest,
Strix suggested, and dread once again flooded through me. Just because I'd bonded with Ryland didn't mean I wanted to be with him all the time. I still wanted to be my own person and get to know him slowly.
Calm, young one. You do not need to do anything you're not ready for. But it will speed up your recovery to remain within close proximity to Ryland for a while. You don't need to rest in the same room, but the same house would be preferable.
The wall was still down, and I remembered Ryland had been in my head during the bonding. Can he hear me too? I asked.
No, this perk is only between animal and human.
I heard him while Laurel was doing whatever she did, though.
The two of you were at your weakest yet strongest as the bonds merged. It shouldn't happen again.
Strix seemed so sure. But suddenly I couldn't wait to get my wall back up and reinforce it. I was tired of people being in my head, and the physical and mental exhaustion was making me cranky. Slamming the block back into place, I at least took the owl's suggestion of remaining close to Ryland seriously. Yes, the house would be good. You ready? I asked Ryland, and he seemed surprised at my agreeance.
Sure. But I don't have to stay if you don't want me to.
I ignored his last words and grabbed onto his hand. After waving goodbye to Laurel and Strix, I headed back home with Ryland in tow. The sun was high in the sky, and at least a couple of hours had passed while we'd been out there. The guest house was quiet, so I assumed Jordan was with Oliver or Dom and was thankful. I didn't have the energy for 50 questions with her. She'd have to wait until we woke up again. Or at least until I did. "I'm exhausted," I mumbled as I eyed the couch and considered the effort it would take to walk up the stairs to the room I'd been staying in.
"Do you want me to help you to your room? I won't stay if you're worried about that."
"Quit being so nice. I kind of miss the asshole version of you." As soon as the words left my mouth, I couldn't believe I'd said them and covered my face. Exhaustion also made me lose some of my filter, apparently. He laughed, deep and throaty.
"I'll remember that. Now let me take you to your bed."
The words were more of a demand, and my body warmed. That was better. Ryland picked me up and carried me toward the stairs. By the time we hit the top, my eyes were already heavy, especially as he murmured comforting words to me. Holding on to me with one arm, he pulled the covers back, then lay my lax body into the bed and covered me up. He kissed the top of my head and I reached for him. "Don't leave me." There was an ache in my chest that I feared would only get worse if he left.
"I'll sit right here."
He pulled the chair from the corner of the room to the side of the bed and held my hand once he sat down. When I was certain he wasn't going anywhere, I let the weight of sleep pull me under as our bond flared to life and a sense of security settled over me for the first time since losing my parents. Chapter 9. Apparently, bonding wasn't all that easy to recover from. Waking up with a raging Jordan in my face wasn't exactly what I had been expecting either, but it happened nonetheless, along with Ryland still next to my bed. Our hands were intertwined and he was sleeping near my shoulder, only partly still in his chair. Well, that was until Jordan woke us both up. "It's been 3 days. I'm going to lose my mind," she huffed.
"Calm down. They need time."
A deep voice rumbled and had me instantly on alert. That definitely wasn't Oliver. When I peeked, there was a freaking lion in the room. Jordan?" She rushed over to me, both hands shaking my shoulders. "You're awake!" Her relief was palpable. Glancing over, Ryland was just beginning to stir, and when his eyes opened, there wasn't a bit of happiness coming from him.
"What do you want, Jordan?"
he snarled. "Oh, calm down and get the stick out of your ass." Jordan winked at me. "In case you didn't know, your Meraki isn't a morning person." "Good to know. So why don't you go wait downstairs and we'll be there shortly?" I asked as nicely as I could in hopes she'd comply. When it appeared as if she was going to argue, the lion whipped his tail around and the fluffy end went straight into Jordan's mouth, effectively shutting her up. My mouth fell open in surprise, as did hers, but only had her gagging on hair.
"We'll be downstairs,"
said Dominic. Then the lion nudged her out of the door with his massive head. I glanced down at Ryland. "Can you believe that?" He grinned.
"I've been waiting decades for someone to do that to her and get away with it."
Those two were like brother and sister. Ryland was still holding my hand and stared at it before he spoke.
"How are you feeling?"
Taking a minute, I internally checked myself out. Nothing seemed different. Maybe a little calmer. But my magic still swirled just the same in my core. Then I remembered my crown and found it still on top of my head. The bonding ceremony seemed a little hazy in my memory until I remembered a lark trying to crash it. If he did that again, I wasn't sure what I would do. But I needed to figure out a way to prevent any part of my mental state from allowing it to happen. "I'm good, I think. I don't really feel any different. Is that bad?" I hoped my words didn't offend him.
"No, That's why I asked. I don't either, but they said it worked, so I guess we'll see.
Ryland stood from the bed and walked toward the door.
I'll give you some privacy and meet you downstairs.
Thanks. I'll be right there. As soon as the door was closed, something flared within me. A tightness within my chest. Then a thud sounded at the door and Ryland poked his head back in.
Well, that was different.
You felt it too? I asked, and he nodded. I remember on occasion feeling a tugging sensation toward you before. I guess this is the same thing on steroids?
Probably. Bonded guardians don't do well apart. I'll probably need to sleep in the house until we get the hang of things.
Or forever, I thought, then shook my head. No, I wasn't rushing anything. He was right. We would figure it out and then go back to taking things slow.
All right, I'm going now. Just be prepared to miss me like crazy.
He winked and disappeared. A grin plastered to my face and I couldn't make it go away. I felt like I was experiencing puppy love and couldn't help but be happy, which made me feel out of control of my own life. Then I began a downward spiral of thoughts as I made my way to the bathroom. As I took the longest pee of my life, I wondered if I'd made a mistake bonding to Ryland. But then, our connection began to grow with the distance, and I knew it was only crazy thoughts I needed to make go away. Ryland was a good man, one who was faithful, kind, and passionate. There would be no regrets, even if it happened a little too fast for my liking. I took a quick shower and dressed in workout clothes. My body was charged, and as soon as I satisfied Jordan's need to grill me, I'd be heading to the training fields. I needed a release before I did something without thinking. As more time passed, I realized the subtle differences in myself. My skin was more sensitive. My awareness was on hyperdrive, and I felt like I was on caffeine overload. Taking the steps 2 at a time, I raced downstairs as soon as I was ready. Ryland was pacing the living room. He too was already changed and seemed out of sorts, but the moment our eyes met, my nerves calmed, and I could breathe normally again. I was going to kill Strix if this continued to happen forever. Neither of us could live like this. Then again, my parents had been Meraki's, and were apart on occasion and survived without showing signs of distress. Maybe it was just temporary for me and Ryland, since everything was so new. Before I could process much more, he was standing before me and pulling me into a tight hug.
This is going to take some getting used to.
You forgot to prepare yourself for how much you'd miss me, I teased, using his earlier words against him.
Apparently.
Jordan shoved us apart. I haven't spoken to my best friend in days. Go away. Remembering back to when I was convinced that I had a bond with Jordan as well, I sympathized with her. Do you think you and Dominic can go outside for a bit? You don't have to go far, I said to Ryland. He moved in and kissed my cheek while squeezing my upper arm.
Sure. Come on, Dom.
I watched the two of them go out the back door, still having a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that there was a lion roaming my house as if he were a person. What the hell? Jordan jerked my attention back to her. You ditch me, get married, and then sleep for 3 days straight? I should divorce you for that, Chuck. My chest already ached at having Ryland be further away, but my heart broke even more for my best friend. Come here, Satan. My arms opened for her, but she didn't budge. So I threw myself at her. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't even try to pass the blame on Strix or Laurel. I wished she had been there, and I should have fought to make that happen. Then again, things didn't go exactly as planned, so I'm glad she didn't have to stress about it during the process. You owe me. Big time, she grumbled. I know. How about the next shopping trip is on me? I will buy you all the shiny things, she smirked. Even better, you can let me pick out all the shiny things for both of us, and you'll still pay.
I cringed but agreed anyway, because I really did owe her.
So, officially bonded, huh? How does that feel? She asked.
Well, I passed out pretty much right after it was completed. Did Strix tell you what happened during the process? She pulled me to the couch and we both sat down.
He did. I can't believe that psycho has that kind of reach. What did it feel like?
Remembering the void was harder than I realized, but not impossible. Every emotion in my mind was heightened. I was confused and hurt and angry, and so pissed off that I ended up blowing the realm he created to bits by the end of it.
That's my girl. Show that asshat who he's messing with.
What about you and Dom? I asked, knowing she'd gone through some pretty significant changes as well.
It's been amazing. Not like having a Meraki, I'm sure, but still something I'm honored to be able to experience. It's like what I feel with you, but deeper, you know?
I nodded, because I really did understand.
We postponed training with them until the two of you were ready. Do you think you'll be up for it tomorrow?
Jordan asked, seeming excited about getting started. What kind of training?
There were over 50 guardians matched with animals. They'll all be going to the other world with us. Strix wants everyone to practice communicating and fighting alongside their bonded ones, with you and him setting the example.
Well, at least we were going to have a lot of help when we went searching for Alaric. Hopefully it would be enough. I'm actually feeling pretty good as long as I'm near Ryland. The bond feels like a rubber band, though. We're stretching it and testing it. The farther he tries to move away, even right now, the more constricted my chest gets. Might be good for us to work with Strix on ways to sort that issue out. She waggled her brows at me.
Don't lie and tell me you don't want to spend every waking moment with him. It's okay and perfectly normal.
I sighed. I was still struggling with the independent human side of myself. I might have died and come back Fae, but some habits were harder to break than others.
Come on, Chuck. Let's go get our boys and have some fun.
Jordan grabbed my hand and we headed out the door. A tension I didn't know I was holding on to released from me as soon as Ryland was in my sights. His icy blue eyes softened as they met mine, and I instantly wanted to run to him. But the more stubborn part of me refrained. Instead, I watched Jordan run for Dom and jump onto his back. Then they both disappeared. Everything okay? Ryland asked as he reached for me. Slowly, I took his hand and nodded. Yep, she's better now. But I wouldn't put it past her to retaliate later, so watch her back. Oh, I have no doubts. Some of the things she used to do to Oliver and me would make lesser men cry. I wish I had grown up here with you guys to experience it firsthand. But Earth wasn't so bad either. I had a lot of good memories there. Pretty much the only ones I had with my parents. So I'd never truly regret my time there now that I wasn't able to make new ones with them in Arveta. Come on, let's go see what Strix has planned. Ryland tugged on me, then ported us onto the training fields. Jordan and Oliver were fighting each other with their animals, but before I could watch for too long, Strix approached us, landing on my shoulder. Good to see the two of you out of the house. I nudged him with my head. Yeah, you could have warned us that we'd be out of commission for a few days. And take all of the fun out of it for me. No, thank you. It wasn't often that Strix joked around. He was more often an obnoxious know-it-all who was well aware of how special he was. So it was nice to see him in a good mood and so lighthearted. Do you need help with getting ready for tomorrow? Ryland asked. No, I've got it handled. But just know the two of you will be students with the others. I nodded. Jordan mentioned you and I would be setting the example, but what about Ryland? Will he be working with us? The bond between guardian and animal works very much the same as a Meraki one. So we will incorporate both our bond and your Meraki one into the training whenever possible. The most important piece will be the two of you maintaining a presence in front of the others. Training with them will put a sense of faith in you that they need to be certain what they're about to do is worth risking their lives.
So we had to show everyone else that I knew what I was doing, and our bond was strong and we weren't leading them all to their deaths. Great. No pressure or anything. Chapter 10. Strix had freaked me out for no reason. Oddly enough, working with the animals hadn't been any different than our previous training sessions. Most everyone worked in pairs for the first few days, then we were sectioned off into groups. I'd learned how to listen for Strix, so that I didn't completely block him out when my wall was up, and he'd even allowed me inside his on a few occasions. I was disappointed to learn his thoughts were just as organized as he was on the outside. A hot mess had been what I was hoping for to make myself feel better. Strix had also taught Ryland and I how to sense each other. Our bond allowed us to feel emotions and know when the other was near or too far away to connect with. It was an interesting concept I still hadn't quite wrapped my head around, but hoped it would come in handy at a later time. The connection seemed like it would only be pertinent if we were in danger. Everyone trained together for just over a week, but then our time was up. Queen Navi was getting anxious and had sent word to us that we either came immediately or she was going to look at other options for keeping her people safe. Options that wouldn't bode well for any of us. Ryland watched me with abandon as I finished braiding my hair and put my crown back in place. Disappointment filled me that it didn't make my hair glow purple anymore now that my power was stable. Ever since I had officially bonded with Ryland, the crown hadn't been necessary to wear all of the time like Laurel had thought, but I'd grown surprisingly attached to the security it gave me. Knowing I had a failsafe if my power got out of hand, and Ryland wasn't around, helped to ease my worries.
How are you feeling?
He asked. Ready? Though everything feels like it's moving so fast, yet not fast enough. How much damage has Alaric caused since we bonded? Not hearing from him makes me nervous, I replied. Ryland and I had taken time for a few more dates that included many more kisses, a lot of conversations getting to know more little details about each other, and a lot of moments that helped confirm I hadn't been a fool to bond with him. He knew my every want before I did. He anticipated things as if he'd known me my whole life. Where I moved, he moved as well. It was overwhelming at times, but similar to how I had finally found my crown reassuring, I was beginning to cherish everything about Ryland. There was still a part of me that refused to allow him to sleep in my bed or think of us as bonded for life, but that cautiousness was getting smaller by the day. When I was done getting ready, I glanced at the picture of my parents on my dresser. I kissed my fingertips and placed it on the glass. I'm counting on you to have my back, I whispered. Grief still came in waves, and I expected it to for many years to come. But I'd kept busy enough to keep the worst of it at bay. When I couldn't, Ryland was right there with me, supporting me as I processed things how I saw fit. Sometimes it was tears. Other times I broke more glass, and in only one other instance had I called the lightning to me. Creating a storm was the most freeing feeling I'd ever experienced. There was something so raw about it that called to me, and I wanted badly to figure out a way to do it without putting anyone else at risk. But that was a problem we'd solve once Alaric was dead. In the meantime, we had a dagger to build and needed to be on our way. When turning away from my dresser, I collided with Ryland's chest, and his hands reached out to steady me.
Is there anything I can do?
You're already doing it just by being here, I answered honestly, and pushed up to kiss him. It was something I had been doing often over the past couple of days and without hesitation. And the closer we got, the easier things came to me. The path before me was clear. I knew what needed to be done, and I wouldn't waste time fighting feelings in case not everything went according to plan. Come on. I grabbed his hand, and we headed downstairs. I'd never gone back to sleeping in the guest house. I let Jordan and Dom have that space, while sticking closer to the things that kept my parents' memory near, and allowed more room for Ryland to be around, but also have his own space. I took one more look at the house I'd only known for the last month or so and hoped like hell it wasn't the last time I'd see it. Ryland seemed to sense my nostalgia and tugged me along to the porch before I could get my head too far out of sorts. "About damn time," Jordan whined from the grass with Dom at her side. "Oh, shut it. I've waited hours for you on many occasions. You've maybe been out here 2 minutes?" I replied teasingly. Dom grunted.
More like 1 minute, but it felt like an hour with her droning.
She glared at him, and I grinned. It made my heart happy to see Jordan have that special bond with someone. Even if it wasn't the one that she most craved, it was still something to be valued. Oliver and Cinder arrived next. The Black Panther wasn't nearly as vocal as Dom, but she seemed to care fiercely for Oliver, based on their interactions in our trainings. And that was what mattered most. She hadn't been sent here to be our friend, but hopefully she'd open up more as time went on.
All right, let's go.
Ryland ported and I followed, knowing the others would be right behind us. Strix told us to meet him late that morning at the portal to the other world. Our group was arriving last since he insisted on getting the other guardians sorted and assigned to their locations without us. I'd checked in with him several times through our bond already, and he promised everything had been going according to plan. So when we arrived and he wasn't there, I wasn't happy. "Where are you?"
I'm right here, and you're early, so I don't want to hear it,
Strix said, appearing on the boulder next to the entrance. He was lucky. I wouldn't have hesitated to go through the portal without him if I thought something was wrong. Once everyone was accounted for, I focused on the area around us. The last time I'd been there, I remember there was a tranquility about it. But the ethereal glow I had recalled was no longer there. "What's wrong with this place?" I asked.
Ever since Alok was here, it's been changing. It was part of the reason Laurel didn't want you to be in town. He left behind a darkness that has been affecting the Falls.
Strix answered. "I think telling us about this sooner would have been appreciated." Jordan snapped, and I was relieved I hadn't been the only one in the dark about the changes.
It's only gotten bad the last day or so, and there wasn't anything you could do, but now there is.
We all seemed to agree he was right. Knowing would have only caused more stress on the rest of us, more need to rush and possibly make rash decisions.
"Everyone ready?"
Strix asked when nobody objected to his reasonings. Then he wasted no time flying back toward the waterfall opening.
"Let's go then."
Taking a deep breath, I shook out my arms and peeked back at Arveta one last time. There was no coming back until either the dark fae was dead or I was. Either way, I wouldn't be the same me when the fight was over. Jordan looped an arm through mine and pulled me toward the entrance. "We'll jump together." "Better than you pushing me," I shrugged. We stepped through at the same time, and the feeling of air being pulled from my lungs hit me hard. Harder than any time before. Realization came too late that I shouldn't have left without Ryland, considering our bond was so new. But as the pain peaked, I sensed Ryland getting closer. When we landed, my feet hit hard ground, and I was instantly on alert and forgetting about the hurt in my chest. The land hadn't been solid before. It was supposed to be buoyant and full of life. Moving out of the way for the others to come through, I took in our surroundings. Gone was the peaceful place I'd first visited, and in its place was a barren land, with everything around it dying. I dropped to my knees, calling for water, trying to feed nourishment into the dirt, but there was nothing left. Oliver gasped in pain when he arrived with Ryland, and my heart hurt for the Earth Guardian. Oliver's connection to the lands was much stronger than mine, and I couldn't imagine how this was affecting him. But Cinder seemed to as she wrapped herself around his legs. "How?" he asked.
"Alaric," was all Strix needed to say. "We need to hurry."
Oliver and Cinder began moving, and the rest of us trailed after with Ryland and me in the middle, Strix flying above, and Jordan and Dom watching the back. As we moved along, I searched the skies and noticed even the 4 sections above us were dulling. No longer could I see the aqua of the waterlands, the crimson sky, or the stormy one. The only one remaining strong was the pale green above the lands Queen Navi ruled over, and where we were headed. The titanium gates still stood, blocking the market from outside view, and I watched as Oliver once again took charge of letting us in. Each of us moved through with a sense of urgency, knowing there was no more time to waste. The booths were open, but there were very few around buying anything. I assumed most of the smart people were at home, hunkering down and trying to stay out of the fight they had nothing to do with. When we arrived at the pearlescent castle, it didn't have the same golden hue I had noticed before, and I suddenly wondered if we were too late.
"The Queen is expecting all of us,"
Strix said, not at all seeming worried, so I dismissed my negative thoughts. Jordan leaned in closer. "I've only met her once that I can remember. She's either very intense or seems to have no idea what she's doing. I'm not sure which is better, so just be careful."
"Super. A sorceress who couldn't control her emotions.
Just what we needed."
"Or maybe she just likes to keep people on their toes,"
Strix added, his advanced hearing coming in handy. Jordan rolled her eyes as she stepped onto the palace stairs. Once again, we went through the shield that felt like it was trying to peel my skin off and entered into the main atrium of the castle. This time there was no escort for us as we followed Strix up the stairs. He moved too fast for me to really look around, but it seemed the same as any castle I'd seen in the movies. Old pictures, armor, doors, lots of them, and confusing hallways for intruders to get lost in. We finally arrived at a set of wooden doors carved with filigree and flowers beneath 2 large bronze knockers. Ryland did the honors, using one of them at Strix's request. And then we waited. "Where are the door handles?" I asked.
"There are none. It only opens with the Queen's magic,"
Oliver replied beside me. "Interesting, and hopefully for her sake, more effective." Finally, both doors opened without noise and we entered into the Queen's chambers, which were more like a whole house. There was a formal living room to the right that was inset into the ground. To the left was a small kitchen, which was still fancier than any other I'd ever used, and cleaner, as if it had never been touched. On the far wall was a door and a hallway that veered to the left, and I couldn't see beyond the first few feet. What caught my attention the most were the windows overlooking the lands the Queen so obviously cherished. Without being invited, I moved further into her space and stared out the glass. Strix tried to get through my wall, but I had a feeling he was going to reprimand me for being rude, and I didn't want to hear it. My heart was hurting at the signs of carnage. Charred lands, barren fields, toppled trees. All of it was devastating. And all of it was my fault.
"He works quickly, doesn't he?"
Queen Navi said from my side. "Unfortunately so. I'm sorry." Her head cocked to the side.
"What for?"
"He's doing this because I won't do as he wants."
"And if you did? If you joined him in the darkness, what do you think would happen to these lands, or the people who live here?"
Her hand gestured toward the window. I didn't have an answer to her question.
She continued, "This is nothing compared to the destruction he could cause with you by his side. You are the reason it's not worse, so don't apologize for his actions." Her voice was stern, pushing through the blame and making me almost believe her. The others had moved further into the room, and I felt bad at seeing Ryland tense. He worried for me too often, and I needed to be more aware of his feelings like he was of mine. Nobody sat. There was no time for that based on what we'd seen so far, and the Queen addressed Strix while I took a moment to take in her regal gown that hung loosely from her hips and trailed behind as she walked. Her golden hair was combed perfectly into a bun so tight that I wondered if she lived with a constant headache. Her crown was twice the size of mine, gold in color and without gems, while her eyes were a deep forest color, bordering on hazel with the flashes of brown in them.
"Are your people in place?"
she asked Strix.
"Yes. They met with your guardians, and the groups have already set out. Were you able to acquire any of the pieces we need ahead of time?"
She shook her head slightly. "The gnomes don't keep the metal you need here, and the vampires have gone underground, it seems."
"And the succubi?"
Queen Navi grimaced. "A lot of them have perished. Seems one of them tried to woo Alaric, and he punished the lot. Brooke has been searching for information on those who are left and hiding. The last known locations were in the wind sector, and possibly some in the waterlands, but I haven't had the extra help to confirm that." "That's a lot of pissed-off women," Jordan said what I was already thinking. If they'd already suffered so many losses, it wasn't likely they were going to help us unless we could find a way it proved to benefit them as well. Hopefully promising to destroy Alaric would be enough. I wasn't sure we had any other options.
"Brooke will be your liaison to the other warrior groups. All of my people are fitted with communication devices and can give you updates on your guardians if needed, as long as they stay together,"
the Queen added. We hadn't been around Brooke for very long the last time we were in the other world, but she was a vampire, and I was hoping she would make one of our tasks easy. We needed vampire blood, and hopefully she had some to spare.
"Anything else before we go?" Strix asked. "As you collect the items needed to forge the dagger, you'll need a safe place to store them as you make your way back to me."
She snapped her fingers and a box appeared.
"This should be more than sufficient."
Ryland reached for it since Strix obviously couldn't take the heavy object. The wood was carved just like the doors with bronze hinges and a lock, but I didn't see a key. Queen Navi turned to me when Ryland was putting it away.
"You have 2 days' time before my wards will weaken, and my land will die out completely. Use your time wisely, and may the fates bless your journey."
I wasn't sure how I was supposed to respond to her statement, so I simply nodded and began moving toward the exit since it seemed like we were done. The others followed, and the doors opened once again. The Queen watched us go, and I worried we were putting too much faith in her. All the sorceress had done was give us a box and put my nerves on edge. Neither seemed helpful, but I trusted Strix and hoped like hell his plan was staying on course, because we couldn't afford any mistakes. Chapter 11. After overcoming the uncomfortableness I felt leaving the Queen's chambers, I realized we had no real plan. At least not one I was aware of. We knew what we were supposed to do, but I had no idea how we were going to do it. I had assumed we were meeting with Queen Navi so she would give us guidance, but that didn't happen. Frustratingly so, I was feeling completely lost and we'd only just begun. "So, what now?" Jordan asked,
running her hands through Dom's mane as we stood on the castle steps. Everyone looked to Strix, but it wasn't him that answered. Now, your circus show follows me into the lair of your worst enemies. Brooke appeared from nowhere, her stealth unprecedented by anyone else I'd met so far. It was no wonder she worked so closely for the Queen. Circus show? Okay, bloodsucker. Jordan rolled her eyes, clearly not as impressed with the vampire as I was. Is she always this surly? Brooke asked me. No, but snarky, yes. She likes to keep things interesting, but something tells me you do as well. Brooke and Jordan had been on guard around each other before, which I contributed to Jordan being wary of the newcomer. But hopefully that wouldn't last long. We didn't need any added tension as we searched for the vampire's gnomes and succubi. Jordan and Dom were in conversation, and I went to Ryland, the bond between us reminding me it had been a while since we'd been near enough. Casually, I brushed my arm against his and turned back to the others. So, is that what we're doing? Going to find the vampires first? I asked. Strix flew to me and I held my hand to him, then put him on my shoulder.
Given we have Brooke's help now and can't guarantee it later, I think that's the best course of action. Why don't we just use the blood from Brooke? She's a vampire,
Oliver suggested.
Because she is not the vampire we need,
Strix answered. Sigh. Of course there was going to be a specific one. I know some people who can help us. Queen Navi told me what you need, and I already have some connections doing legwork for us. We'll be done in the wind sector in record time. Then I'd recommend searching for the succubi. Small pockets of them still exist, and you'll either find them hidden amongst the vampires or in the waterlands. What about the gnomes? I asked.
They're in this section, but further out where there aren't as many people. We have to come back here for the Queen to cast the final spell for the dagger, so we won't be wasting time by bypassing them now,
Strix answered. I turned to ask Brooke a question about the vampires, but she was in a heated discussion with Oliver, so I left her alone. Whatever was going on between them, I hoped they worked it out, or I got the chance to figure out what the problem really was, and maybe help.
Well, let's get moving then. Brooke?
Ryland said her name loud enough to interrupt whatever argument she was focused on. She shook her head, snarling at Oliver and pushing him away as he reached for her. Let's head to the southernmost point of the sections. That's where the easiest entry to each land is. Jordan shuddered. I remember going through the Firelands when Yela needed our help. As long as we avoid that place, I don't care how we get where we need to be.
The fire sector is the worst. Brooke droned and then launched into her story about a time she'd had to hunt down a newborn vampire.
Jordan listened intently, and I had hoped they'd get along just fine. Then again, maybe that wouldn't bode well for me. Jordan was already a lot to handle. I didn't really need two of her. Ryland grabbed my hand and I squeezed tightly. Sorry if I worried you back there.
I won't ever stop you from doing what you want to do. I just need to remind my heart that you're capable of doing things on your own, even if it isn't always safe.
He grinned. Were you really worried the Queen would hurt me? I asked. He shook his head.
Not really, but we're in unique times. Never a bad idea to be overly cautious while we're here.
I'll remember that. And thank you for giving me space to be me. I gave him a quick kiss and then went back to paying attention to where we were going. The lands only got more devastating the further we moved along, including not only dead plant life, but animals as well, further breaking my heart. It didn't take long to get to the border. Apparently, the market was the most central location in all of the Otherworld. and everything else wouldn't be as easy to find. Since we didn't know exactly where we were going, there would be no porting either. The lands were separated by titanium fences, identifying each sector, with designated paths leading into different terrains. A part of me longed to enter the waterlands. I could see a glistening lake with water so still I imagined I'd be able to see the bottom of even the deepest parts. Though as soon as we entered into the gloomy lands of the wind section, my skin pricked as magic swirled within me, and a storm ahead called to me. "Easy, Chuck. We're not here for play," Jordan teased. "Fine, but we'll be back here at some point, right?" I asked because it seemed like the only truly safe place in any world that I could fully let myself go without fear. Brooke grinned. "Hell yeah, as long as you let me tag along." "Deal," I replied as I watched Cinder catch her attention. Oliver didn't seem too thrilled with the panther's action, so it further encouraged Brooke to move closer to the animal. She really was just like Jordan. Turning toward my best friend, I went to tell her that, but she was on Dom's back and running ahead of us. "Is that smart of her to do?" I asked Ryland.
Normally, I'd say no, but Dom seems to have enough sense to keep her out of trouble.
That was so very true. Strix's feathers ruffled, and I tensed. "What's wrong?"
"Someone is coming."
I searched for Jordan, but she and Dom were too far ahead to call back. Brooke was suddenly at my side and Oliver right behind us with Cinder. "It's them," Brooke hissed. "Who is them?" I whispered, but nobody answered me. Instead, a group of 3 men appeared before us, one standing just a step ahead of the others. Each of them stared at us with crimson eyes and a hunger that had me stepping closer to Ryland.
"Brooke, I heard you were looking for something,"
the one in front said. "I am, but we don't need your help and we're not here to cause trouble, Cole," she replied stiffly. He sniffed the air.
"But there's so much magic in the blood of your company. You shouldn't be so selfish to your kind. Or have you forgotten where you come from now that you're the Queen's pet?"
Brooke sneered and I latched onto her arm before she could retaliate. Something I would have known Jordan to do, so I assumed she was thinking it. The vampire flinched at my touch, but she stayed at my side. "Unless you're on Alaric's side, I'd recommend letting us pass," she said. Cole stepped even closer.
"That Fae has been through here, but he's yet to follow through on his word. Lucky for you, it gives you the opportunity to one-up him."
"What do you want?" I asked when Brooke didn't say anything. His gaze traveled up and down my body.
"Well, I could think of a few things." "Not a chance in hell, bloodsucker,"
Ryland snarled, holding me tighter. "What kind of vampire blood do we need?" I asked Strix, since he'd yet to say anything.
"Blood from an original line vampire. His will work, but it'll cost us. Brooke was supposed to have connections with other pure vampires, but given they haven't found us by now, we may want to consider this option and avoid being here any longer than necessary."
"So you won't be mad if I—" Without finishing, I put the wall back up. "What about Aurelia blood?" I said, and Strix's talons dug into my shoulder through my jacket. Cole leaned forward, taking another whiff of air.
"I haven't tasted one of you in much too long."
The vampire grinned, showcasing fangs I could have lived the rest of my life without seeing.
"Not like that!"
Strix's voice boomed.
"And who's going to stop me?"
Cole smirked.
"We don't want a fight. What if you can have the blood and something else you won't ever have the chance of getting again?"
Strix flapped his wings, power rippling from him, that had even my skin crawling. Cole backed up a pace.
Okay, Owl. I'll bite. What do you have? One of my feathers.
A roar sounded from the shadows, and my worry for Jordan and Dom far exceeded any fear of the vampires before us. As I inched forward, Strix pushed against my wall, and I let it back down.
She's fine. You can't make any sudden movements right now,
he said, and it was hard as hell to trust his word, but I managed to stay put. Brooke pulled 2 needles from her bag, handing one to me and holding the other out in front of her.
Do we have a deal, Cole?
He snatched the needle.
Feather first.
Strix nodded to me and lifted his wing. Without wasting any time, mostly because I was still worried about Jordan, I yanked the feather out, and Ryland took it from me without asking. Apparently, he wasn't going to let me get any closer to the vampires than necessary. Cole took it and then stuck the needle in his arm himself.
Same time, Aurelia.
Fine. I moved to do the same, but Ryland was already back at my side and gently took over, which was good, because my hands were already shaking from so many warring emotions. Blood would only make it worse. Each needle had a vial attached to it, and I stared off into the shadows hoping to spot Jordan, while Ryland and Cole drew blood. Still, there was no sign of Jordan, and there hadn't been any more shouts, so I was counting on that being a good thing.
I wouldn't lie to you, young one. They are both fine.
If you're wrong, there will be no stopping the storm I unleash. His wings spread out around my shoulder, but it did nothing to quell the fear. Brooke stepped between Cole and Ryland, holding both of her arms out, palm up. Ryland dropped my blood into her hand, but Cole hadn't.
If that Fae shows up here and threatens us for helping you, we won't hesitate to join him,
the vampire stated. Brooke snarled. I'd expect nothing else. Now hand it over and disappear.
And if I don't?
Then you'll find out just how nice this group is being. You have no idea what they're capable of. I stiffened. Brooke was going to get us into a fight I wasn't sure we could win. I knew nothing about vampires, and I was sure she didn't know anything about my powers. Cole handed the blood over.
All right, Brookie. Have it your way today. But if we catch you out here again, we won't be so lenient.
He snatched my blood, then blurred out of existence along with his cronies.
Thank you, Brooke,
Strix said, and I was confused as to what the hell for. She shrugged. He wasn't going to just hand it over. He needed to know we were willing to fight him. Cole has always been known for going back on his word, and most vampires don't associate with him anymore because of it. Callie! Jordan's voice screamed in the distance. Pushing Strix off of me, I began to run for her with Ryland right at my heels. If there was a single scratch on her, heads were going to roll. Chapter 12. My legs moved faster than ever before, and when I entered the dark depths of the forest where I'd heard Jordan's screams, all I could think about was who I would kill if anything had happened to her. I focused on the rage as I powered through the dense area, staying as quiet as I could to listen for her again. No longer did I find any comfort in the wind section. There was no sun, which made it much harder to find my best friend. Branches bit at my arms as I ran through the trees, and a rage began to build within me as a darkness slithered its way to my core. Just as I was about to let a scream of frustration rip from my lungs, I heard Jordan's voice. Callie? Where are you?
She's back to the left,
Ryland said, but I was already circling around. When I thought we should be close, a massive form slammed into the side of me, and we crashed into a tree, snapping it in half.
Callie, wait.
Ryland's voice was full of panic, but I didn't care. as power slithered along my skin, changing my every emotion and want within seconds. Suddenly, I didn't even care about finding Jordan. My speed picked up, and my only goal was to get away from them. The people who reminded me of all that was wrong with my life. The people who made me feel and do things I'd rather not. A sense of numbness crept into me, pushing me to accept the darkness that simmered within my depths as I raced along the forest and ignored those around me, including Ryland, who screamed my name over and over again. "Dom, don't touch her!" I heard Jordan call out, but it was too late. My instincts took over, and I slammed enough volts of magic into the chest of my attacker that I was certain he was dead. What surprised me the most was that there was hardly any remorse filtering through me. It was as if my humanity had been turned off, and I was finally free. Jordan raced past me without a second look, her eyes wide with fear. "Dominic? Dominic, wake up!" Her cries sounded behind me, and the realization of what I'd done finally registered, but I still didn't move to do anything about it. It was time for me to leave them for good, though as I took my first step, Strix and the others arrived, giving me pause. Deep down, something in me still cared for them.
What happened?
The owl asked me. He attacked me, and I think I killed him. I answered with very little emotion. Strix hooted and soared past me to Jordan, who was hysterical on the ground, trying to wake up her bonded animal. Ryland grabbed a hold of me, forcing me to look at him.
Kalia Grace, snap out of it. You can't do this.
Confusion filtered through me. I wasn't doing anything. There was nothing wrong. For once, I didn't feel anything, and it was amazing. She must have gone through some dark magic, or someone hit her with something while you were running, Brooke said, and I laughed. I am dark magic. I spoke the words, but I didn't recognize the voice.
No, you're not. You're better than this. Fight it, Callie.
Ryland's fingers grasped my chin and pulled me close as I tried to get away from him. I didn't want to be bonded to him anymore. I was done being what everyone else wanted me to be. I was done caring.
No, I won't let you do this.
Ryland slammed his lips down onto mine and kissed me with every ounce of goodness he held within him. I tried harder to push him away, even bit his lip and drew blood, but he wouldn't stop until I yielded beneath him. Feelings began to rise within me. Love, guilt, sorrow, friendship, companionship. Things that had and could hurt me. I didn't want or need them in my life. I just wanted everything to go away. Power rippled through me, and I was finally able to push Ryland away. "Leave me alone!" I screamed in his face. Cinder circled me while Oliver and Brooke watched my every move. I wasn't afraid of them. I could kill them all with a single snap of my fingers. That gave me an idea, and I called a storm to me. First with the rain and wind, followed by thunder, and I saved the lightning for last. Clapping hands sounded in the shadows as two men appeared.
Alaric will be so pleased, Kalia. Come with us and we'll take you to him.
My head twisted as new emotions tried to enter my mind. I knew these men. They were full of darkness like me, but they were monsters. They'd taken something from me that I'd never get back. They'd taken the only good left in my life. These men had to die. "Where is Alaric?" I asked before making my move.
Your king awaits you, and we will bring you to him,
the blonde one said proudly. "Tell me where he is," I demanded. He tisked.
I don't think so. Our spell might have worked, but nobody gets that location without proving their loyalty.
Fine. I'll find him myself, I snarled. Hands tried to wrap around me once more, but there was no stopping what came next. I called the lightning to me. I let the storm within me rage like never before. These lands were made for me, and I would soon rule them. This would be my home, and anyone who didn't like it could either leave or die. The first bolt of magic struck the blonde one, and he burned to a crisp within seconds. Worthless magic user. The second one was smarter. He'd hung back but wasn't fast enough. I threw a paralyzing orb at him and stalked closer while lightning struck the ground around us, inching closer by the second. Are you going to be smarter than your friend? A purple orb swirled within my palm, ready for use.
Go to hell, you psycho!
I didn't let him finish before I threw a punch. I had no time for insults. I knew what I was, and I didn't care. Shouts sounded from all around me, but nothing could stop me from killing my parents' murderers. The darkness within me recognized my need for vengeance and fueled me along, urging me forward. I called the inky blackness of my core to my palm, watching the purple orb lose its light until it was merely a murky blob. Slowly, so that he suffered, I pushed the magic into his chest and let my power do the rest of the work. The storm continued to rage around me, and I stood, smiling at a job well done. The euphoria of victory was a high like no other. That was until talons clawed into my shoulder blades, making my knees buckle, and I fell to the ground as the world around me faded away.
I'm sorry, Kalia. It's for your own good.
A nightmare played over and over in my head until I was finally able to force myself awake. My chest ached from the anxiety of the visions that kept being forced into my mind. Reaching over, I tried to find my comforter, but all I felt was grass. Where the hell am I? I opened my eyes to find Strix standing on my chest and Ryland kneeling next to me. Both of them were eerily silent. Where are we?
You don't remember anything?
Ryland asked, his voice rough and filled with a sadness that had me reaching out to him. He flinched at my touch, and a piece of my heart crumbled. Oh, God! What had I done?
Kalia, we're in the other world. Do you remember coming here?
Strix asked next. Closing my eyes, I tried to remember, but all I could see in my head was the nightmare. I'd gone dark like everyone had feared. I'd lost control. I'd killed people. My body shuddered. No, just a nightmare.
That's not a nightmare, young one. I can see what you're seeing, and it really happened.
My head started to shake slowly. Then I remembered more. Jordan and Dominic. How could I have hurt my best friend like that and not even care? I was the monster. Anguish consumed me until I was quivering uncontrollably. Strix flew away, and Ryland moved in. His arms lifted me up and tightened around me, but I didn't want his comfort. I didn't deserve it.
Callie, it's okay,
he murmured. No, nothing is okay. I couldn't even say the words. I was a coward. Footsteps approached, and I opened my eyes, staring over Ryland's shoulder. Jordan had burn marks on her arms and tear tracks down her face, but she didn't appear as furious as I expected. I was going to welcome her punishment, and a small part of me even hoped she killed me to end my suffering. I would never be able to live with myself after what I'd done. Ryland moved aside at Jordan's request as she kneeled next to me. Callie? Is that you? I nodded and she smacked me across the face. When I didn't retaliate, she began to cry. Then, surprising the hell out of me, she hugged me. "I thought we lost you," she mumbled into my shoulder. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. I should have never left your side." What? She was apologizing to me? I didn't understand. She should hate me right now. I killed her bonded animal. Strix came back and wind smacked me in the face.
Callie, listen to me and trust my words. You did not do any of this. You were struck by dark magic and had no control over yourself.
I gently pushed Jordan aside and stood, since Strix was on a branch. How can you say that? I knew exactly what I was doing. I murdered the people who actually killed my parents. I not only ended their lives, but I enjoyed it. I am a monster. His beak snapped in frustration.
No, you're not. Yes, you made a mistake. You acted out of darkness instead of light. But there is nothing you did last night that is unforgivable.
Turning toward Jordan, I didn't understand. What about Dominic? You hurt him, but Strix healed him. It's why it took him so long to get to you. Ryland and Brooke tried, but your lightning burned them both when they got too close. It even got me after you were passed out. A minuscule amount of relief seeped through at knowing I hadn't taken Dom from Jordan. But it still didn't excuse my other actions.
Callie, Alaric did this. He sent his people to look for you and they spilled you. Do not take blame for this.
Strix said, but I had a hard time believing him. Even Jordan being okay with it all seemed unreal. Jordan stood. I need to go back into the cave. Dom needs me, but everything is fine, Callie. Nobody is angry with you. We all understand. My shoulders shook. They shouldn't have needed to understand. Strix left with her, and I was once again alone with Ryland. I wasn't sure where he stood. Yes, he'd hugged me and offered me comfort, but he'd also flinched at my touch when I'd first awoken. This was exactly why I hadn't wanted to bond with him. I was bringing him down with me. Who knew how many more times this would happen before I was able to kill Alaric? Hell, if I was even able to do it. The last day, or night, or whatever it had been, completely took any confidence I'd been building right out of me. You don't have to stay with me, I said without looking at him. I didn't want to see whatever emotions might flicker across his face.
Callie, I'm sorry, I
waved him off. You have nothing to be sorry for. This was all my fault.
No, it was those two pieces of shit who did this. They began all of this the moment they sided with Alaric and touched your parents.
His voice was stern and truthful, but I still couldn't believe him. Because for me, all of this started the moment I was born and prophesied to be anything other than good. He reached for me, but I was the one who flinched this time.
Callie, don't push away from me.
It's for your benefit, not mine, I snapped. You should go back to Arveta and get as far away from me as possible. This time when he grabbed me, one hand wrapped tightly around my waist, while the other gently tilted my chin up.
Callie, we are forever. Don't you ever say otherwise.
His lips pressed to mine in a demanding kiss that took my breath away. My hands gripped his shirt as I clung to him and the light he provided. The harder he kissed me, the more I began to see reason. He was bringing me back with every sweep of his tongue and press of his body against mine.
You are mine, Cleo Grace. Nothing and nobody can ever change that.
he whispered in my ear as I finally gave in. "Don't let me go."
I have you. I promise.
He kissed me once more, and I let myself believe his words were true, even if it meant the hurt would be all-consuming later, when things ultimately got worse. Because if there was one thing I was certain of, it was that our situation wasn't going to get any easier. Chapter 13. Ryland led me into a dingy cave. The only light came from a small fire lit in the back that our friends currently sat around. Jordan was off to the side with Dominic, and I really wanted to go to them and apologize, but chickened out.
Come eat something.
Ryland squeezed my hand, and I agreed. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious, so food was probably a good idea. He handed me a bottle of water and a meal bar from his bag. "How long was I out?" I asked, and opened my snack.
Most of the night. It's nearly dawn now, but the sky doesn't really give anything away for the time of day.
He answered me while taking a seat next to me. "Have you opened the box yet?" I asked, referencing the one Queen Navi had given us.
No. How come?
He replied between bites of his food. "She said we should keep the items we need inside it. We should probably get the vampire blood in there," I said, trying to be useful. Brooke came closer, and I cringed at the sight of the burns covering her body. "I tried to open it while he was with you, but it wouldn't budge, and I didn't see a key." "Brooke, I'm so sorry." I didn't understand why she wasn't trying to pummel me into the ground. "Strix, can you heal her?" She shook her head before he could answer. "The owl has given enough already. I've already healed considerably. The rest of the marks will be gone by end of day." So accelerated healing was a vampire thing. Good to know. Trying to shake off the guilt, I reached for the box, giving myself something to focus on since nobody was saying anything. The fact that they were neither mad nor surprised that I had gone dark hurt worse than anything else. My fingers traced over the mahogany wood until they landed on the lock. I'd remembered thinking we needed a key, but assumed the Queen wouldn't forget something like that. Bringing the box closer, I peeked at the latch and noticed a button. I swiped my thumb over the metal, and it popped, drawing blood. Ouch! I set the box down and pressed the pad of my thumb against my pants. That thing bites, literally. Ryland was already moving closer, inspecting the container.
Your blood unlocked it. Interesting that she wouldn't have told us that.
Brooke took a deep breath. "Man, you're lucky I don't hold grudges. You really do smell good." My eyes widened and she winked before walking away. "Was she kidding?" I whispered to Ryland. He shrugged like it was no big deal. Before I could press further, Brooke returned and snuck up on me again, her head right next to mine. "You should probably lock this up." I made an inhuman sound and almost peed my pants. The vampire was definitely pissed I'd hurt her, and she was getting back at me without even touching me. Once I recovered from the scare, I took the vial of vamp blood. Placing it in the box, I closed the latch and watched as the lock re-engaged on its own.
Looks like you'll need to be the one to open it every time we need to put something in there,
Ryland said as he began cleaning up our food. I took a long pull from my water bottle and didn't respond. Instead, I wondered if I was going to be around long enough to even help them. The dark magic spell I'd been hit with had shaken me. It showed me the truth about who I was, and the worst part? I'd enjoyed who I'd turned into. The girl who was in control while killing those monsters didn't have any distractions. She had a singular goal and made it happen at whatever cost. At one point during my initial grieving, I had felt the same way without needing dark magic. But I'd let my friends and Ryland back in, and it had changed things. Though I'd yet to really decide if it was for the better, especially after the night before. Oliver approached us with Cinder at his side. The panther narrowed her cat eyes at me, then turned her head up, as if she didn't have time for the likes of me.
"Glad to have you back, Kelly,"
Oliver said with a smile. "Yeah, thanks." He turned away awkwardly, only making me feel worse instead of better.
"Things will go back to normal soon,"
Ryland said. I turned to him. Which normal? The one where I'm still me and Alaric is threatening us? Or the one where I'm no longer your problem and the rest of you can go back to the way things were before I ruined everything?
"Callie, that's not what I meant. Don't dwell on what happened. You need to focus on the good things, or the next time."
He cut himself off, but he didn't have to finish. I knew what he meant. The next time I went psycho on them, I might not come back. Wind brushed against me, and I glanced around until I saw Strix. He was still with Jordan and Dom, but looking right at me.
"I can't change the way you feel, Kalia. Only you have control of that. As much as I would like to make this better for you, you have to do this on your own. I know you're hurting, and you feel guilty, but you have to find a way to work through it."
Instead of replying, I slowly put my wall back up. Strix didn't need to be saddled with the dark thoughts rolling through my head. He already had enough to deal with. "There are a few succubus hangouts I'd like to check out if everyone is ready to move," Brooke announced. Jordan stood first, then wrapped her arms around Dom's hips to help him up. When he was finally on all fours, Strix landed on the lion's back and spread his wings, covering as much fur as he could reach. Ryland moved in next to me, wrapping his arm around my waist.
"Keep watching."
It felt like a private moment we shouldn't be intruding on, but since nobody else was leaving, I stayed put. A minute later, Strix's wings began to glow and sparks of magic flew off of him. Dom shook, barely keeping himself upright, as Strix continued whatever it was he was doing. Jordan's shoulders hunched over as she covered her mouth. Without thinking, I went to her and hugged my best friend. She was hurting, and I wanted nothing more than to make it better. Strix healed most of him throughout the night, but there were some lingering side effects. Jordan's words were muffled, but I heard enough to have the guilt slam into me again. "I'm so sorry, Jord. I never meant to hurt anyone." Tears pricked at my eyes as I continued to watch the lion quake under the weight of Strix's power. "Just because I'm sad doesn't make it your fault, Callie. Bad shit happens all the time. Don't make this about you. Understand that you were a victim like the rest of us and move on. None of us are dwelling on it, so why should you?" I flinched at her words. They were harshly spoken, telling me she was still upset, but maybe it wasn't for the reasons I assumed. Maybe she was telling the truth. Backing away slowly, I went to Ryland, who held his arms open for me. When I stepped into them, he whispered,
"She's right. She could have said it more gently, but that's not how Jordan does things."
A flicker of light expanded in my core. I tried to grasp onto it, but just as hope glimmered, the spark vanished. The lion roared, and within the confines of the cave, I had to cover my ears. Strix flew to my shoulder.
"Dom is going to be fine. Let's head out."
Brooke, Oliver, and Cinder led the way, followed by Jordan and Dom, who held his head high as if he hadn't just been in massive pain. Strix stayed with us, and we left last. "What did you do just now?" I asked.
"When he was first hurt, I gave him one of my feathers. It healed the worst of his wounds, but he needed more time and magic to be back to normal. Unfortunately, my feathers aren't never-ending. I have to use them sparingly, or there could be lasting repercussions. So I did what I could initially, and when time had passed, I infused him with my magic to dull the remainder of the pain until he heals on his own."
"I'm sorry you had to give up one to the vampire in order to get his blood. I didn't realize it could hurt you," I said. He snapped his beak.
You gave your blood, I gave a feather. Then we got what we needed. There's nothing to be sorry about."
His irritation at me seeped through like Jordan's had. Maybe I really was making a big deal out of nothing. Obviously, what I'd done hadn't been nothing, but I was surrounded by people who truly cared about me. They weren't going to walk away because I messed up. They knew I wasn't perfect and accepted me anyway. The spark within my core reignited again, and I held on to it with everything I had. Closing my eyes, I let Ryland guide me as I focused on bringing back the light within me. Strix's wing came around the back of my head, further motivating me to find a glimmer of joy to let go of what I'd done. Yes, I'd hurt my friends, but they were going to be okay. I'd even killed 2 people, but as much as I didn't want to be a murderer, I couldn't have let them live, even if I wasn't under the influence of dark magic. If I hadn't stopped them, then how many more innocent lives would they have taken? Too many.
That's it, young one. Hold on to your light and let it lead you. It will never take you astray,"
Strix whispered in my ear. Ryland's grip tightened on me, and when I finally opened up my eyes, he was staring at me with admiration.
"You are incredible. I hope you realize that."
Instead of replying, I merely smiled at him and accepted the compliment. I wasn't entirely sure I believed him, but I was trying to, and that was progress.
"Brooke found something,"
Strix said, bringing our attention back to the task at hand. "The succubi?" I asked.
"I don't know."
He flew from my shoulder, and I began to run with Ryland at my side. We caught up with the others, and they were standing around a female body.
"I can smell the blood. They were recently attacked."
Brooke snarled, fangs protruding, and I was having a hard time deciding if that was because she was hungry or angry. Maybe both. "Maybe there are some survivors," Jordan suggested, looking around. Cinder wrapped her body around Brooke, instantly having a calming effect on the vampire, as she took a deep breath and focused.
"There's at least one heartbeat within the trees."
She blurred and disappeared into the surrounding forest. The rest of us followed after her, with Cinder leading the way. I found it interesting that Oliver's bonded animal had taken such a liking to the vampire. Brooke was walking slowly between a grouping of trees when we caught up. She was intent on her task, so we stopped and waited for her next move. Suddenly, she slammed her fist into a tree and it splintered, sending the top half toppling into the forest. A scream cut through the air as Brooke pulled a kicking and screaming child from inside the stump. "Let me go!" Little arms flailed as her head shook and blonde hair blocked her face. "My mother will kill you all!" Brooke held the girl closer, whispering something in her ear. The child stopped fighting but still wasn't trusting. "Where is my mother?" "Can succubi even have kids?" Jordan asked.
"I didn't think so. Their mothers are always human, and no human has ever been in the other world or Arvata before,"
Strix replied.
"So then where did this kid come from?"
Oliver asked.
"Hopefully, Brooke can find out."
2 shimmers appeared in the air, and Ryland tucked me behind him, crouching and ready for a fight. Without a thought, my magic was already building inside me, but I couldn't see any danger. Brooke still held the child, Oliver and Cinder with her as well, none of who seemed on edge like Ryland, but Dom was growling, and Jordan stood ready at his side with sword in hand. Strix still hadn't flinched from his spot on a branch, but he was observing carefully.
"Show yourselves,"
he demanded. When nothing happened, he spread his wings and flapped them 3 times until the shimmers I'd seen turned into something else entirely. Chapter 14. 2 tiny pixies appeared out of the shimmer, identical in facial structure and body, but where one was light, the other was dark. Blonde hair and ebony hair, silver eyes and nearly black ones, pale skin and umber. It was a startling yet fascinating contrast between the two of them.
"What do we have here, sister?"
the blonde one asked.
Seems to me we've found ourselves some new toys. Shall we take them home or have our fun with them here?"
The other snickered. Dom wasn't having it and flicked his tail, forcing one to bounce into the other. The ebony-haired one hissed,
"Watch it, furball. We didn't arrive here looking for a fight, but don't tempt me to change my mind."
A darkness that was all too familiar to me rolled off the tiny pixie in waves and called to me. Ryland held on tight as I took an involuntary step forward.
"Marina, take it easy. We don't need anything from you, so you and your sister can be on your way,"
Strix said, landing on my shoulder. The darker one Strix had called Mirina flew toward us but spoke to her sister.
"Did you hear that, Saphira? They don't need anything from us." "That I did, and I find it interesting unless what we've heard are lies."
Ryland leaned in closer.
"Pixies are the most manipulative of the creatures in the other world. Don't fall for anything they say."
Unfortunately for him, that only made me want to know them more. And I fully recognized how that should have been a warning sign for me, but I blamed the fact that I didn't care on the lingering effects of the night before.
"Word around the sectors is that you're looking for a few things along with a dark fae,"
Saphira said as she circled closer to me.
"Seems things around here might have gotten a little out of hand during your search."
"We were looking for the succubi and found this child. The others were already gone when we arrived,"
Strix replied. The tiny pixie winked at him.
"Sure they were. That child is a witchling. She doesn't belong with the succubi. Regardless, we don't care, and that's not why we're here. You have something we want, and in exchange, we'll give you what you want."
A witchling? That was a term I hadn't heard yet, but assumed it meant a child witch. Mirina joined her sister, and they flew toward me and Ryland, sharing a look before addressing us.
"Your secret lover isn't happy with you. He's throwing fits all around our lands, and we don't like it. So you need to go to him or deal with us as well,"
Saphira said sweetly, but there was nothing sweet about it. "Sounds to me like it would be better for you if we killed Alaric. You can't be stupid enough to think he'll stop his destruction if he has me," I replied calmly. Mirina lunged for me, but Saphira stopped her.
"Dear sister, we don't resort to violence. We're negotiators. Now, tell me, Guardian, why shouldn't I let Mirina have her way with you?"
"Because I'm not a guardian. And I'd probably kill her, and then I'd have to kill you, and who wins then? Nobody. Because then you can't give me what I want. You'll just have wasted our time. So how about you tell us what you want, and we'll see if we're interested in making a deal." Mirina was turning red in the face, but Saphira kept her composure.
"Give me your hand."
"No,"
Ryland interrupted. The pixie's wings fluttered.
"Oh, really? Well, here's how I see it. The girl is right. Things are either about to get real messy or real friendly. So if you want us to make a deal, let me prove what she is."
"Ryland, let Kalia go,"
Strix demanded, but my Meraki didn't comply. I turned around to face him. I'm okay. I won't do anything like before. As much as I wanted to add "I promise" to the end of that statement, I knew I couldn't. All I could do was hope my words were true. Except there was a little part of me that wished they wouldn't be.
"What do you need with her hand?"
Jordan asked while Ryland battled with his need to protect me.
I want to poke her finger. One test of her blood will tell me all I need to know. You see, I know who she thinks she is, but not everything is as it seems any longer.
Saphira answered cryptically. Jordan's sword was still in her hands.
You hurt her? I don't care how messy it gets. I will feed you to the lion.
The pixies looked at each other and grinned.
We look forward to any attempts.
They really were sinister little things. Ryland, the sooner I do this, the sooner we can be on our way. We need to find the Heartstone, I said. His chest rumbled as he held me tighter.
I don't trust them.
Neither do I, but my gut is telling me this is our best chance. Saphira appeared right between us, her 4-inch frame glowing near my cheek.
Heartstone, you say? Well, you'll definitely be interested in our deal now.
Before anyone could stop her, Mirina was at my other side and bit my fingertip. My hand jerked away. What the hell? Jordan joined Ryland at my side in an instant.
You're going to pay for that, bug.
Mirina ignored her as she licked my blood from her lips.
Oh, she's unique. One of a kind, even. What do you taste, sister?
Mirina licked her lips.
Fae, both light and dark. Guardian magic and ancestral power. Strong and commanding, but untapped. Disappointing, really.
Well, these pixies were idiots. We already knew all of that, and I was pretty sure half of the other world did as well.
Why do you wear a crown on your head, but yet you hold no title?
Saphira asked me. It's a family heirloom. I've grown fond of it. I didn't want to tell her its use in case she had any bright ideas, but not having all the details didn't matter to the pixie.
Well, I want it, along with some of your magic.
Saphira turned around.
And some of that.
She pointed to Brooke.
Some of the vampire?
Strix asked.
Yes, her venom. I have a spell I've been working on, and the air around her tastes divine.
These pixies were extremely odd creatures. They seemed more like miniature vampires to me with their biting and smelling than anything else. You can't have my crown, I finally said. Even if I didn't technically need it anymore, I would never give it up knowing it was the only thing of my grandmother's that I had. Mirina pulled a small dagger from her side that grew larger as she got closer to my face.
She can have whatever she wants. Easy, sister.
Saphira grabbed her shoulder, then spoke to me.
I just want it as collateral, along with the deal since our end of it can't be guaranteed right away.
Ryland stepped forward.
What deal would that be? All I've heard you speak of are the things you want. Yet you haven't proven why I shouldn't suggest that Callie unleash her power now and make the two of you disappear.
Surprise filtered through me, but I was pretty sure Ryland was bluffing. And if he wasn't, maybe things weren't so bad and he really did accept the darkness within me, after witnessing what I had done the night before.
Oh, don't get your magic in a twist. Let's start from the beginning so those of us not keeping up can understand. We know where Alaric is. We've made a deal with him, but you don't get to know that deal. Just know if you prove yourself, it won't happen.
Saphira smirked at me. My fingers twitched as I fought to lash out at her. Knowing my friends were so close was the only thing holding me back.
You can have the crown back as soon as Alaric is killed, and I want to be there when she unleashes what's inside her.
Saphira pointed at me, but continued to speak as if I wasn't present.
I will take what I want from the darkness lingering within her blood and do with it as I please.
Not a chance in hell, Jordan snapped, interrupting the pixie. Saphira shook her finger.
Not your magic, not your deal. Stay out of it before I play with your cat a little too roughly.
Dom wrapped his tail around Jordan's waist. keeping in her place. But I was disappointed. The more these pixies talked, the more I wanted to fight with them.
Pixie, you're pushing your luck. You might be powerful, but you're outnumbered by just as much magic. Remember that before you speak again,
Strix said. The pixies hovered in the air next to each other and seemed to take Strix seriously, which thankfully released some of the tension from Ryland and Jordan. The little girl Brooke was holding began crying and screaming for her mother again, giving the pixies the push that we needed to move things along. Saphira sighed.
Fine. I still want the crown as collateral. Alaric is causing trouble for us, trying to put others higher up on the food chain. We don't like it. Nor are we fond of the deal we made with him. But we're not opposed to it either. So for the time being, as long as you can prove yourself the enemy of our enemy is our consort. Remove our annoyance and you can have your precious crown back.
That's not a deal. You better keep speaking and stay away from my crown, I snapped as Myrna inched even closer.
Ah, yes. If I wouldn't keep getting interrupted, then we might have gotten to that point already. So, the succubi.
Saphira paused, glancing at her sister once more. What about the succubi? Do you know how we find them? I asked.
No, we don't bother ourselves with the likes of demons, but we have something better, and it will cost you.
Myrna answered.
What would that be?
Oliver asked, having moved between Brooke and the pixies after they mentioned their interest in her.
We have a heartstone,
they said in unison. Strix pressed on my wall and I let him in.
Pixies don't lie. They must really have one, but you cannot give them any part of your dark magic. We will find another way.
And you'll take my crown and some of the vampire venom in exchange? I asked. Myrna cackled.
You better dig a little deeper than that, princess.
One of my feathers, Strix offered up, but I backed away with him still on my shoulder. No, you said that using too many of them had consequences. You've already used 2 since we've been here, I hissed. Just let me give them my magic. Your life isn't worth whatever they could do with it, I added mentally.
But it is.
His head turned toward Jordan.
Please take one from the right side.
Jordan's apologetic eyes met mine. I wish there was another way, but we need their help.
And here I thought you were a stupid girl,
Myrna snickered. Jordan's sword arched in the air, stopping only a centimeter from the pixie.
Don't push me.
Myrna was smart enough to keep any other words from coming out as they stared each other down. Finally, Jordan sheathed her sword and came closer to Strix, who was still perched on my shoulder. She apologized once more as Strix outstretched his wing and she yanked one of his silky white feathers from its rightful place. Saphira zoomed between them and took the feather.
This is quite the bargain. I've never encountered such magic. I'm not sure what I'll do with it.
My suggestion would be to save it. It could save your life one day,
Strix said calmly, likely hoping that's exactly what they would do instead of using it for not-so-great purposes.
Fill 2 of these full of venom, and then you can have the heartstone.
Saphira snapped her fingers, and 2 vials floated in the air. Oliver grabbed them and walked back to Brooke, who was rocking the now-sleeping child on a rock.
The crown?
Myrna asked with glee.
Seal the crown with your magic before you give it to them. Tell the crown to protect itself or you'll never get it back,
Strix said through our bond. How am I supposed to do that? I replied.
You just do it. Focus on the task and the rest will follow.
Taking the crown from my head, I jerked it back as the greedy pixie's hands reached for it. Do you want to die? Nobody can touch it until I remove the protective spell over it. Complete lie, but I didn't care. It worked. and they both backed up a little. Trusting Strix knew what he was talking about, I spoke to the crown while calling my magic forward. As the light around it began to glow silver, then purple, I hoped like hell the words I used were good enough. As soon as the light died off, Saphira moved in.
Place it in the shimmer.
Next to her, the air changed and darkened. Slowly, I lifted the crown and regretfully handed it over as Oliver came back with the 2 vials of venom.
The Heartstone?
He demanded, while holding the murky liquid out for them to see. Marina clapped her hands. The stone appeared out of nowhere.
I'd recommend not touching it.
Ryland took the box out and I opened it so he could get the stone.
It was a pleasure doing business with you. Hopefully we'll be seeing each other again. Really soon if we're all lucky,
Saphira said. Then they both disappeared. Chapter 15. Irritation built deep inside me after the pixies disappeared. I wasn't sure why we had made a deal with them. The longer my crown was gone, the more I realized our mistake. I might have had a handle on my magic and didn't need the crown to filter it any longer, but the darkness within me was still volatile, and I found myself reaching for the forbidden magic as I paced the forest floor. What about the child? Since the pixies called her a witchling, I'm assuming we don't want to leave her here for them to come back and take? I asked.
I'll take her back to the castle. The queen will make sure she's cared for by a coven until we can locate where she came from,
Brooke said.
We'll go with her,
Cinder added. I'd noticed that the panther hadn't left the vampire side much. Interesting, considering there were no actual bonds between them, but at least Cinder was being friendly with someone other than Oliver.
Tell Queen Navi we'll be there soon. The gnomes shouldn't take long,
Strix said. Oliver stepped forward and tossed a bag from his backpack to me.
You're going to need what's inside of there. Laurel gave it to me, but told me not to say anything until the time was right. In case we don't make it back before you're with the gnomes, I figured now was as good a time as any.
Opening the tote, I found a note at the top that merely said, "Don't trust the gnomes." Well, that was useful. Digging past that, I found a crystal with blue string around it and a brick of gold weighing as much as a newborn baby. Strix peeked in as well.
The crystal will tell us if they're lying, and the gold will be sufficient leverage. Only silver is mined in the other world, and gnomes despise earth, so the brick will be something we can offer them in exchange for the raw material.
Raw? I asked.
In order for the dagger to be pure and filled with original magic, the metal has to come directly from the gnome mines and not be contaminated. It's why we didn't melt anything else down and use it to forge the dagger,
Strix answered.
So Oliver, Cinder, and Brooke will port back to the Queen, drop the child off, and meet the rest of us at the gnome mines?
Ryland asked, and Strix confirmed. It didn't feel right splitting up, but we didn't have time to go back and forth. I didn't trust those pixies with my crown, and Alaric needed to cease breathing sooner rather than later. Even at the mere thought of his impending death, glee bubbled within me.
Be careful, Kalia. You're towing the line with power that isn't meant to be taken lightly.
Damn it. I'd forgotten to put my wall back up.
I know. Everything will be fine as soon as he is dead.
Slowly, I blocked him out again, trying not to be rude, but also giving myself some privacy. I didn't need to be judged for how much I wanted the man dead. He was responsible for making my life a hot mess. Jordan nudged me.
First chance I get, I'm going to use my sword as a bat, and the ball will be one of those pixies.
I'd been nervous there was irreparable damage to our friendship since I'd almost killed her bonded animal. So I couldn't stop the smile from rising on my face when she gave me a glimpse of the best friend I was used to. I'll be the pitcher, I replied with a laugh, but not at all joking. Strix flew over to Oliver and spoke to him about a message for the Queen, and the rest of us grabbed drinks while we waited. Jordan began sparring with Dom, which ended up being hilarious, as he put her on her back more than once. But she never gave up. Even with sticks and leaves in her hair, she was having a blast.
I don't think I've ever seen her so happy,
Ryland said from my side, as he took the bag from Laurel and put it in his, since I hadn't brought an actual backpack with me. And to think I almost took that away from her. I grimaced. He turned me toward him.
You need to let that go, or it will only leave you more susceptible to the darkness. You are a good person, Kelly. I know that, and so do those who you call friends. All that's left for you to do is figure out how to believe it yourself.
He kissed my forehead and tried to pull away, but I didn't let him. Instead, I clung to him and pressed my lips to his. Grounding myself to him helped to take away the guilt, helped me to remember who I was and the strength I held buried inside. When I thought I was on the right side of my mental state, I pulled back only far enough to press my forehead against his chest as he left his arms around me. Thank you.
I am always happy to do that if it's what you need to remember who you are,
he said, and I glanced up to find him smirking. Don't let it go to your head, I replied teasingly.
I wouldn't dream of it.
He kissed me again while I was looking up, and we only parted when leaves rained down on us.
Hey, lovebirds! We have gnomes to irritate. Let's move,
Jordan called out with Strix on her shoulder. Oliver, Brooke, the girl, and Cinder were nowhere to be seen. It was time to port to wherever the gnomes lived. Glancing back at the sky, I sighed longingly. As wrong as it was, I still couldn't forget how good it had felt to let loose. If only I could do that and not tap into dark magic, I would be unstoppable. But maybe that's why I couldn't. No one person should have that much power. The addiction it caused was real, and even after only a taste, I was having withdrawals. I could almost understand why Alark was doing what he was. The Dark Fae probably had little control over his actions, which was sad and pathetic. Though even if I was right, it still didn't excuse his actions, and he would pay for them with his life.
Ready?
Ryland asked with his hand out. I happily slid mine in his. Of course. As soon as we were all huddled together, Strix led the port, and we arrived back in the Earth section, one after another. The sky was still a pale green where we were, but it was missing the peaceful vibe I normally got from the Queen's part of the land. Are gnomes normally good? I asked, since Laurel had said we couldn't trust them, but they lived so close to the castle.
They're neutral. They have a leader who wishes for peace and keeps his people in line enough to appease Queen Navi, but things still slip by.
Ryland answered.
They're a pain,
Jordan began, but once again, Dom's tail came into use and gave me ideas to replicate it somehow, so I could shut her up when he wasn't around.
Watch what you say. We're not alone,
the lion said in a low voice. Strix flew back to me and landed on his usual spot.
Please let me handle this. Gnomes are finicky creatures, and we don't want to upset them. If you're asked a direct question, answer it respectfully, but other than that, try to stay out of it.
Hey, I'm not like Satan over there. I know how to be reasonable, I said defensively.
It has nothing to do with you, young one. Just trust me.
That was one thing I could do. I trusted the owl with my life, even if I didn't always agree with him. The gnomes lived in a mountain covered mostly in rock, with very few trees, which surprised me, considering how green everything was just 100 feet beyond the peak. The closer we came to the opening, the more on edge I felt. Eyes could be seen in the hills of the mountain as the light around us dimmed. There were hundreds of them, and I was suddenly glad we'd saved this place for last. It gave me the creeps.
As soon as we arrive at the opening, we have to wait until they come to us. Do not step foot into the mountain until you're invited, or you may not live to regret it. They take their security very seriously,
Strix said to everyone. Dom tightened his tail around Jordan's waist.
Test that theory and I will kill you myself.
I love you too, Simba,
she cooed, and I couldn't help but laugh. Even though it was the middle of the day, when we arrived at the base of the mountain, darkness fell around us, making it so we could only see shadows and eyes. We stayed close enough to touch each other, but not so close that we appeared scared. Minutes passed, and still no one came. My nerves were getting the best of me as I began bouncing on my left leg. Something was clawing at me. I couldn't pinpoint what it was, but the magic deep within my core was stirring. My eyes moved rapidly around the area, but still I couldn't see a damn thing. We need to leave. Something isn't right. Strix stretched his wings out.
I don't sense anything out of the ordinary. What do you feel?
It's my magic. It's reacting to something, but I don't know what. Nobody replied to my statement, and I wasn't sure if it was because they didn't think it was as big of a deal as I did, or if it meant something more and it was already too late. Strix pressed against my wall, and I gladly let him in. Can you sense anything? His presence swirled within my mind but didn't calm any of the anxiety I was experiencing.
No, everything seems normal. But we should leave if you think that's the right move. We can come back with more people and try again tomorrow.
We didn't have that time. Queen Navi made that very clear. Plus, Arveta hadn't been faring well when we left, and even more time had passed there since we'd been gone. Unless anyone else senses anything, let's wait it out, I finally replied. He nodded, and we continued to stand there silently. Maybe another 5 minutes later, footsteps could be heard, and a dozen torches appeared in the opening.
What brings you to our home today?
A gnome in the center said with a booming voice. I couldn't make out his facial features under the flickering flames, but they were all of similar height, under 4 feet tall, and wore very little clothing. Knobby fingers wrapped around the torches and bare chests puffed out as they waited for our answer.
Good day, Leader Spiro. We come by request of Queen Navi. She requires pure metal if you'd be so willing to provide it from your well.
Strix announced.
Are we not good enough to forge what she requires?
Spiro asked, voice full of indignation.
I'm sure she would be grateful to have your expert hands craft the item she requires. But as the matter is extremely sensitive, your presence would be needed to complete the task. She did not want to ask you or your people to inconvenience yourselves with her problem.
Damn, Strix was good at this. Even I was sold on his reasoning. Spiro didn't seem as convinced, though. He stepped closer to the opening.
What do you bring for payment?
Strix turned toward Ryland, who was already removing the gold brick from his backpack. As Ryland held the mound in his hand, Strix continued to speak for us.
The purest gold from Earth in exchange for your silver, and we only need half of what we offer in return.
The gnome's eyes glowed in the shadows, showing a scarred face and bald head.
This is a payment we can accept, but I will not allow strangers to roam my home. I will only invite you and the holder of the gold inside. That is my only offer.
My mouth opened to object. I wasn't okay with this option whatsoever, but Strix already knew it.
You, Jordan, and Dominic need to go back to Queen Navi. Ready the other items, and we will be right behind you. We need this to happen and cannot negotiate without them."
Biting my tongue, I listened to him and let things continue to play out.
"That is a fair request, and we accept your offer,"
Strix announced. Ryland's eyes met mine, and they blazed with a fury I didn't often see from him. Neither of us spoke for fear of upsetting the gnome leader, but the shared intensity was enough to tell me he would be hurrying back. The entrance to the mountain shimmered, and Strix hopped from my shoulder to Ryland's.
"I mean it, Kalia. Straight to the castle. And do not leave until we are back. It is the only safe place for you. Keep our connection open, and I will let you know if anything doesn't go as planned."
"I understand, and we'll be waiting. Just make sure to hurry up," I replied, just as they stepped through, and the darkness swallowed them. The torchlight began to fade, and I prayed like crazy to the fates who were supposed to keep the balance, that we hadn't just made the biggest mistake. Laurel had said not to trust the gnomes, but Ryland would have had eyes on the crystal. So if he didn't say anything, all we could do now was have faith. As soon as silence descended around us, Jordan took my hand. "Let's get the hell out of here." She began to port, but just as she did, the uneasiness that I'd been feeling exploded within me, and I crumpled to the ground, watching her and Dom disappear without me. Chapter 16. Alaric stared down at me with a gleam in his soulless eyes.
"We meet again, my sweet."
His words were a sharp contrast to his next actions, which included punching me in the face, making my nose bleed immediately, and grasping onto my neck. My mouth moved to speak, but with his grip, the words I so badly wanted to say were stuck as I tried to breathe. I didn't know if he was trying to kill me, but I wasn't going down without a fight if so.
"Let's take a trip."
Alaric grabbed onto my hair, and we disappeared just in time for Jordan and Dom to see the dark fade take me as they reappeared. At least they would know what happened to me. Not that there was anything they could do about it, since we'd never found out where Alaric was hiding out. We landed in a cavernous bunker of sorts. I couldn't tell if we were underground, in a mountain, or somewhere else entirely. The walls were made from dirt, rough, but seemed solid and were several stories high. The temperature was cool but tolerable, and there was no natural light filtering in. Instead, orbs hung from various spots, providing a soft glow that somehow made the oversized area seem more welcoming. There were several tunnels leading out of the room, but the only one I had an interest in was the exit. Unfortunately, Alaric wasn't kind enough to label them.
"I've waited decades to have you in my home. No, in our home. I know it's not a conventional house, but once I can trust you, I'll claim whatever place you want as ours,"
Alaric said, as if I was actually going to stay with him. I wasn't sure how to take him. I'd been told from the beginning that he wanted to kill me, that I was the last heir to the throne he despised, even though it no longer existed. Yet every time I'd met him, all he wanted was for me to be his partner. Sure, it was for sinister purposes, but still, if he hadn't hurt so many people in the process.
"Now, we have to do something about your soul. The moment I heard what you did in that forest."
He paused, closed his eyes, and let out a moan.
"Oh, you have no idea what that did to me. Sure, you took out 2 of my best men, but it was a sacrifice I was happy to make to show you the possibilities."
You mean to show me I was capable of being a monster? I almost killed people I care about. I sneered. But even as I said the words, excitement bubbled within me that I couldn't stop. His fingers caressed my chin.
"Oh, Kalia, don't fight me. We were made for each other. The fates had it all wrong when they scared you away from me. We will make these lands prosper and bring back the old ways, with me and you as their king and queen."
My skin tingled everywhere he touched, and I hated that a part of me loved it. Closing my eyes, I pictured Ryland and the care he'd shown me, the light he provided, and how he grounded me to the goodness I believed in. I didn't want to succumb to the dark magic. I didn't want to soak it up and drown my sorrows in it. But the longer Alaric spoke to me and touched me, the more I could see how right he was. My humanity was slipping away, along with any guilt about what needed to happen next. Deep down, I knew this wasn't the way I was supposed to stop Alaric. There was a line I shouldn't cross. But every time I dipped my toes across, the darkness fought harder to keep me there.
"I'm not a monster, and neither are you, my sweet. I've done things I shouldn't have, but they've all brought me to you, and I won't regret them. Now, let me fix you so you can truly be free."
The dark fae's hand pressed over my chest, and a shock ran through me. My head tilted back and chest rose as the air was pulled from my lungs and grief overcame me. A complete contrast to how I was feeling just moments before. My parents were there in my mind, calling to me to come home. But where was home? There was nothing left of them to go back to. They'd brought me to this world and left me. Slowly, their image faded, and Strix came next. His wise eyes stared at me in disappointment until his wings spread and pushed himself out of my mind. Our connection gone. Then it was Jordan. My best friend, my soul sister, my partner in crime. She would come for me, and she would understand. She had always understood me, and I would make her see reason again. Last was Ryland. He was standing in front of me, peering down upon my broken body with disgust. Just like the others before him, he said no words, but his eyes, they told me everything I needed to know. I'd only ever known him with icy blue ones that matched mine perfectly. But as he continued to glare at me, they changed into something darker and no longer mine.
"I was never yours,"
he spat, then disappeared. My eyes opened to find Alaric kneeling before me.
"I see you for who you truly are, and I will never abandon you."
Power surged inside me as rage built. Darkness called to me from everywhere around us, and I clung to it like the air I needed to breathe. My fingers sparked with power, and I wrapped them around Alaric's throat. "You ruined my life!" Squeezing tighter until he turned red, I pushed him 5 feet backward. Standing up, I pushed my hair back and raised my arms into the air, calling my magic to me as I unleashed the hold that I'd been keeping on myself. Without my crown to keep me in check, the surge came hard and fast.
"You're the most stunning creature I've ever laid eyes on,"
Alaric whispered as he stood from where I'd pushed him.
"I really don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to in order to keep you in check."
His hands circled, and he waited for me to react first, which was mistake number 2. The first had been giving me the push I needed to kick his ass. Without hesitation, I shoved my hand out and shot lightning across the room as I called a storm to me. We obviously weren't underground, because the air changed and cackled with my magic, as I changed the atmosphere within the blink of an eye.
"Fun show trick, but it's not enough to stop me. Though I do enjoy the foreplay, so let's keep going."
Alaric yelled over the thunder, then blasted me with a stream of magic that was midnight in color and tickled my skin. "Was that supposed to hurt, dear? Or were you really hoping for some foreplay?" I called out as I soaked in the spell, further fueling myself. He snarled at me and tried again, but I dodged his next attempt. "You did this to yourself. You could have left me alone. But you were greedy, and now you get to deal with consequences of your selfishness," I added right before flinging a paralyzing stream of power at him. Only this time, he didn't budge. He seemed to soak it up just like I had.
"On the contrary, my sweet, my greed brought me you, and no matter how this ends, I will have won, because you are darkness. There is nothing good about you, and you need to realize that without me, nobody will ever love you. You are tainted goods to everyone but me."
His words brought forth feelings I'd been trying to smother. I remembered the way Ryland had looked at me after I'd killed those 2 men. He hadn't treated me the same. I no longer held an innocence about me, and I was certain he had regretted bonding himself to a psychopath. "You're wrong. I don't need you. I just need to kill you." Even if his words held a truth I already believed, and I admitted that there was something about him that attracted me, I would never be with him. Even the darkness couldn't convince me that was a great idea. Alaric might have set me free, and for that he wouldn't die mercilessly. But he still pushed me into becoming the monster before him. I threw magic at him rapidly until I grew bored and decided we needed to change things up. Surprising the Dark Fae, I punched him in the jaw, followed by a knee to the gut and a secondary hit on the side of his head.
"Good thing for you, I'm not afraid to hit a girl,"
Alaric smirked, and I got exactly what I wanted. We barreled into each other, trading magical blows for physical ones. The more times he hit me, the more irate I became and the louder the storm grew around me. The rock walls shook around us as we bounced against them throughout the fight. I had no idea how long we continued to beat on each other, but with every punch, I grew more powerful, and there was no end in sight for me. Even with blood dripping from my nose and cuts through my jacket from the exposed walls, I was on a high like never before. "Will you give up and die with some dignity?" I asked when I grew tired of the games. My magic didn't seem to be stopping him, but neither was his hurting me. There had to be a way to end this. He ripped his torn shirt the rest of the way off and used it to wipe the grime from his face. His once white hair was tinted brown from the dirt, and he added blood to the mix when he used his hands to brush the strands back.
"Oh, sweet Kalia. I know you're new to this game, but you can't be that stupid. I wouldn't have come for you if there was any risk of me losing. This only ends one of 2 ways, with you by my side, or your death. Either way, I will reign supreme."
His confidence was grating on my nerves. He couldn't kill me. He knew it, and I was sure of it now as well. We were too evenly matched. If only I'd stuck around long enough to get the dagger. "I think I'm going for a walk," I said casually. Even though I didn't know which door led to the outside, I realized I didn't need it. Alaric had ported us into the cave, and I would port myself out of it. Except it wasn't so simple.
"You're only leaving here if I say so. I'm the only person in and out of these walls. Perks of being the creator of the structure,"
he replied smugly. "Is that so? Well, what if there were no more walls?" Rage at being held captive grew within my core as I gathered all the power I could summon. The Dark Fae would not keep me as his prisoner. I was fiercer than that. I was my own person, and I had control over my life. If I couldn't kill him right then, I'd leave until I could get what I needed to do so. Hope welled within me, which was an odd feeling. There was a spark of something associated with it that I'd pushed away, an emotion I no longer deemed relevant. While I didn't consider myself evil like Alaric, I had no qualms about losing the things that made me soft, like love and hope. Alaric watched me with fascination as I drew on my power and flung it toward the wall with little effort. A hole blasted through it, and the sounds of battle poured through. My gaze turned back toward the dark fae.
You didn't think we were the only ones fighting for something today, did you, my sweet?
Chapter 17. Ryland. Entering into the mountain without Callie by my side was tearing my heart apart. Something wasn't right, but we needed the dagger to be done with this nightmare, so I was left with no choice. I had to trust Jordan and Dominic would keep her safe.
We will head straight down to the mine and you will get your silver, then leave. Don't touch anything or speak to my people,
Spiro said, as we continued down the hallway that descended lower into the earth with every step we took. Things wouldn't be so bad if I could speak with Strix like Callie could, but this wasn't my first time dealing with arrogant creatures. I could remain diplomatic, so long as we got the hell out of there quickly. The walkway began to open up, and we entered into a room with an elevator that didn't hold more than a few people.
You will go with 2 of my people to the mine pit. If what you seek is the purest of silver, then this is your only option, Spiro said. How long will it take to acquire the silver and come back up? We don't want to be a bother for you any longer than necessary,
Strix replied.
No more than half of the hour.
I stepped toward the elevator, wanting to get moving quickly, but Spiro grabbed my arm.
If you cause any trouble within my home, I will bring havoc down on yours. We might be small people, but we are mighty. Don't you forget that.
My head nodded stiffly. Of course, Leader Spiro. You'll have my utmost respect, as will your people and home while we're here. We greatly appreciate your help. His eyes narrowed.
There's darkness within the air. Make sure to move swiftly.
He released me and left the room without letting me reply. But I didn't worry about it. He hadn't said anything I didn't already know, so I stepped onto the platform and waited for the gnomes to join us. The elevator moved faster than I was ready for, and I lost my footing. Even though I quickly recovered, the gnomes hadn't missed my misstep and grinned. If they thought for 1 second that made me a weak target, they were going to be poorly mistaken should they try anything. I had a Meraki to save, and nothing was going to stop me. Fear for her seared into my chest. Knowing I couldn't do a damn thing to stop what was happening to her was going to be the death of me. My ability to keep her grounded only worked if she stayed away from dark magic, but we were about to head straight to the darkness and ask her to kill him. I knew she was capable of it, but would Alaric be able to get to her first? I was so angry with myself that his 2 men had been able to get to her, and I hadn't protected her. She'd done things that hurt her and those she loved, and I should have tried harder to bring her back to us. It was my job to provide her with an anchor to the goodness she was made from. And I'd failed. Strix pressed against the side of my head with his wing when we arrived at the mine floor. Torches lit up the area, and it was nearly freezing this far below ground. That was until we moved closer to a well that they'd built to melt the silver.
Your portion should be ready within 5 minutes,
the gnome grumbled, then walked away with the other one as if they couldn't stand to be so close to us. Since the well was warm, I stayed close. This is going better than planned, I whispered to Strix.
It's going too well. The blocks they have on their home are cutting me off from everyone else. Even Callie. I don't like it. I'm going to keep my eyes on the hallway, and you watch the silver. As soon as it's melted, we need to leave,
Strix replied, his talons tightening from the nerves against my shoulder. Damn it. Not having a connection to the others made everything in me want to forgo dealing with the gnomes and make sure Callie was okay. But they should have been safe within the barriers of Queen Navi's castle already, so I tried not to worry. Plus, the crystal Laurel had given us hadn't changed colors when Spiro was speaking to us. I'd kept it in my peripherals as much as I could. so he, at least, wasn't up to something. My eyes watched the well. It was made from centuries-old brick and contained 2 levels. The top was small, with only one shallow iron bowl that held chunks of our silver. A few feet beneath it was a fire that seemed to be magically controlled, as I couldn't see any gnomes beyond the darkness. I briefly wondered what the purpose of the well was for, but then something struck my chest, and I stumbled, losing all thought.
"What's wrong?"
Strix hissed. "I don't know. Something isn't right." Spiro appeared.
"I've just been told Alaric was here. He didn't try to breach our walls, but he arrived just as your people were trying to leave."
Callie. I was going to murder that bastard myself.
"Did he take Kalia?" Strix asked. "Only the blonde guardian and lion remain, and they are causing trouble at our entrance. You will take what is ready and leave my home immediately. You have disrespected my people, and it won't be forgotten."
Spiro held his head high like he was above us, and I wanted to drop-kick the pompous gnome.
"Yet it was your people who turned against us. Alaric wouldn't have found us without help. That is something we will remember as well, Leader Spiro. Though we still have a deal. Please at least honor that before we take our leave."
Was Strix saying he believed one of these gnomes was on Alaric's side? All I could see was crimson as I itched to reach for the daggers tucked against my hips. But I knew starting a fight here wouldn't bring Callie back. We needed to be on the move and come back later to serve justice if necessary. The other gnomes returned and poured the silver into a canister, which I took and put next to the box in my backpack. Without Callie, we weren't able to open the box, and if the queen couldn't do it herself, I had no qualms about throwing it against a wall until it shattered. Spiro moved out of our way, and we took the elevator up by ourselves. We could find our own way back, and if we stayed around the gnomes any longer, I wasn't going to be responsible for my actions. As the door closed and we began going up, I punched the wall and yelled.
"Ugh! How did this happen?" "I'm not sure, but Callie is prepared for this. She is going to be fine," Strix replied.
"But at what cost? Alaric holds the magic that calls to her. What if she decides she no longer wants to kill him? Even if she does find a way to kill the Dark Fae, she may not be able to recover this time." Too many what-ifs were running through my mind, and I wished for some of the darkness that Callie thrived on. I wanted to remove all inhibitions and do whatever it took to get her back without guilt.
"Calm, Ryland. We will get her back. This is nothing we haven't planned for. You just need to have faith that we've done everything we could to help her."
Faith. I'd always had plenty of it, even when my parents were killed. Then again when I lost Sarah, who I thought to be my Meraki. I'd always held on to the peace of mind that the fates had a plan, that there was a bigger purpose for me. But if anything happened to Callie, if she was taken from me, I would lose that faith. I would gladly hand over any good within me in exchange for the darkness where I wouldn't have to feel. Because if I had to feel the loss of another, everything in my path would be destroyed. Once the elevator reached the top section of the mountain, Strix flew ahead of me, and I ran close behind him. Guards were positioned at the entrance, but we didn't pause. Strix sailed right over them, and I barreled right into them. I had no cares left to give about pissing them off.
"He just took her. We don't know what happened. She was with us, and then she wasn't." "I'm so sorry, Ryland,"
Jordan said, with absolute remorse.
"It's not your fault. Let's just focus on getting the dagger made,"
Strix announced as he flew over the area Callie was last seen.
"What? No, we need to get her back first,"
I demanded. The thought of her being subjected to the Dark Fae for too long made me sick.
The block on my connections is lifted. Callie will not listen to reason right now. The rage within her is too great, which is not necessarily a bad thing. She is not choosing Alaric, but she still won't stop until he's dead. We need to see the Queen first in order to bring your Meraki back, Ryland.
My hands shook at my side. I hated this. I knew she was gone. I knew who had her. Yet I couldn't do a damn thing about it until we completed the task at hand.
Jordan, go back to the castle. Tell Queen Navi we are right behind you. She needs to be ready for that spell immediately and send her people to the northernmost region of her lands. Alaric has been right under her nose this whole time,
Strix said, and my head snapped up. He's here? The owl nodded.
I can sense Callie. We will find her, but the dagger first.
Jordan and Dom were already gone when I asked why we were still there.
I sensed her essence was left behind. Her blood is on the ground over there. I need you to dig around it and bring it with us. We need it to tie her to the dagger,
Strix answered. He flew back to the spot, and I followed without question. As long as whatever he wanted kept us getting closer to Callie, then I'd do it. The earth was rough, but I paid no attention to the rocks that scraped at my hands as I pushed through the ground. The longer I saw her blood on the ground, though it wasn't much, the more I had trouble controlling my emotions. Wind whipped around us until I was done. As soon as Strix confirmed it was enough, we ported to the gates of the castle and market. Jordan was already there waiting for us.
The other guardians, bonded animals, and Queen's guards are already on their way to Alaric's hideaway. I also sent word to Yila. Queen Navi was able to pinpoint it when she did another search in only the northern region. He has an army there waiting for us.
Jordan held her sword in her hands, not at all afraid of the coming fight.
Very well, Jordan. Let's go to Queen Navi so we can join them.
Strix flew ahead, and we ran after. Jordan kept glancing at me, but didn't ask whatever she was thinking, which I appreciated. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to say my thoughts out loud. I just needed action. I needed Callie back in my arms. We stormed into the castle and rushed past the guards still left behind to protect their queen. Thankfully, they were smart enough to let us pass without hassle. The chamber doors were already open when we arrived, and the queen was dressed in full battle armor.
Will you be joining us?
Strix asked, as I set the mound of dirt on the table and began getting the items out of my bag.
No, I cannot abandon the palace. But should the fight come to us, we will be prepared, and I will join my people,
she answered confidently. You can open the box, right? I asked. She dipped her finger in Callie's blood like it was completely normal and opened the lock.
It appears so, but it still remains to be seen if I can properly forge the dagger without her here.
Won't her blood be enough?
Strix asked as he perched on one of the chair backs.
I'm not sure. I've never conjured a weapon like this. This is very old magic I was lucky enough to stumble upon.
What about Ryland?
Jordan asked. Queen Navi's head tilted to the side.
What do you mean, Guardian? Well, he's bonded to Callie. Can't you use Callie's blood magic, but Ryland's physical presence, and tie both of them to it? What type of bond have you made with Kalia? She asked me.
A Meraki one. Laurel sealed it within the waters of our falls.
And you accept the responsibility of this blade. If it should kill anyone other than Alaric, it will have repercussions to your magic. To take a life not destined for the blade could damn your soul.
I nodded. The blade will be destroyed once Alaric is dead.
Very well. We can do it this way, but I make no assurances that it will work, Queen Navi said as she got to work.
There was another box on the table that she opened, which contained a mold of the dagger to be made. Once the heartstone was placed in the hilt area, she started the spell and continued to work swiftly. The silver went in next and settled into the area, forming one solid piece of metal. As the liquid form began to harden, Queen Navi added the vampire blood, then Callie's last. Her hands hovered over the forming blade, and magic poured from her and into the box until it started to rattle and crack. Then she closed the box, continuing to mutter her spell over and over again. The minutes ticked by, agonizingly slow, as I wondered what was happening to Callie. Was she consumed by darkness? Was Alaric hurting her? Would she even recognize right from wrong by the time we arrived? Too many questions and not enough answers until we arrived to see for ourselves. A loud crack sounded through the room, and my eyes went back to the mold that was now in pieces. Queen Navi dusted the mess away and revealed the forged dagger. The succubi heartstone gleamed in the sunlight, and I took in the detail I hadn't expected to be there, like the intricate carvings in the pommel and the beveled edges of the guard. "Give me your hand," Queen Navi said to me. I placed my hand in hers, and she promptly drew a pool of blood in my palm with the dagger, dragging the blade across my hand until both sides were covered in my blood. Then she shoved the hilt into my hand and wrapped both of our hands around it as she started another spell. My eyes closed and power flooded through me, followed by a new connection to Callie opening up between us. She was hurting, and my entire being ached to be with her. "You are now connected to the dagger, and you will sense your Meraki in a different way while the blade is activated. Use it to your advantage, and may the fates bless you during this battle." Jordan and Dom were already waiting by the door, and we wasted no time with pleasantries. It was time to get my Meraki back.
Chapter 18. After blasting the wall to bits, I climbed the rubble with ease and charged into the battlefield, curious as to what exactly was happening around us. The bonded animals and guardians were already there, fighting those who stood with Alaric. There were over 200 people gathered, but the fight wasn't even. The guardians and Queen's people were outnumbered and losing.
"They're all fighting for you. How does that make you feel?"
Alaric called out to me, keeping a safe distance from my still glowing hands. Turning toward him, I smirked. "Thanks to you, I feel nothing but the drive to kill you. You wanted a partner, but your greed will be your downfall. You created that which will end you." He shrugged.
"What then, Kalia? You said it yourself. You're a monster. Who will love you if you kill me? I'm offering you everything you could ever hope for. You never have to feel again. And I will provide you with all that you desire so long as you share your power with me."
I considered his words. They struck something within me that I'd buried deep. But when I didn't answer, he kept going.
"Don't you see that's what's missing out there? Your so-called friends have already abandoned you. None of them fight for you like I do. We were created for each other, and I'm not sure what else it will take for you to see that."
Glancing back at the crowd below us, he was right. There was no sight of Ryland, Strix, or Jordan. If the others had time to arrive at the fight, then my friends should have as well.
You know I'm right. Just take my hand, and we can end this right now.
Alaric reached out for me, taking one step closer. I eyed the power that rolled off of him. Neither of us had pulled back, meaning neither of us was willing to trust the other. Even if I went to him, I'd never believe it would work. He was darkness. I was darkness. We were two parts of evil that didn't belong together. But he did make some very valid points. The people who supposedly cared about me most weren't present. They weren't fighting for me. Ryland wasn't keeping me anchored to the goodness. Strix wasn't trying to get through my wall. Jordan wasn't slaying everyone in her path to get to me. None of them were doing what they'd promised.
That's right, my sweet. Let that rage out. I'll never hold you back. I only want the real you. Set yourself free.
Alaric was several steps closer but paused as lightning struck within inches of his position. I did as he suggested. My power seeped through as I called to the storm I'd already begun when inside of the mountain. The dirt beneath me shook with a ferocity and ripped holes in the earth, causing fissures to separate the fight below.
You're positively stunning, Kalia. Just come with me.
His hand was still outstretched as his dark eyes pleaded with me. My heart had been overridden by the darkness the moment Alaric touched me. I stopped caring about anything other than his death, but I couldn't deny the pull to him I felt. My legs moved toward him without overthinking it. Maybe I didn't have to kill him. I didn't have the dagger to do so anyway, and if my magic hadn't killed him when I'd struck him in the mountain, I wasn't sure it was possible anyway. Maybe there was a common ground we could meet at. Excitement bubbled off of Alaric, and I stopped. Something was happening within me. My chest ached, and feelings of hope filtered through. Hope for what, though? Then there was love and rage. Confusion punched through my core as I tried to sort out what was happening to me. I backed up once more, and Alaric roared.
You will be mine, Kalia.
His magic slammed into my center, and I tumbled down the mountainside. My body landed in a heap at the feet of a dragon.
It's nice to see you again, Kalia,
Queen Yela said from above me.
You've changed, but we will still fight for you. Remember to fight for yourself.
Her words on top of the growing emotions within me rocked my core. What was happening to me? Callie! A familiar voice yelled but was quickly quieted by the booming of Alaric.
Make your choice now, Kalia. Our time for foreplay is up, and it's time for the main event. Which will you choose? A life of never being good enough in their eyes, or a life where you can thrive while being your true self?
Again, the dark phase words hit home with me, but the desire to kill him still simmered somewhere within me. Rage filtered into me from someone else. The feelings weren't mine, but a part of my mind pushed me to pay attention to the connection that continued to grow with every passing second.
I can't lose her. I have to make it in time.
Ryland's voice sounded inside my mind, further confusing me, especially as our bond flared to life and I couldn't ignore the feelings it ignited within me.
Your hesitation leaves me no choice, my sweet. If I can't have you, then nobody will.
Alaric's power slammed into me from a close distance, and I flew backward. After landing on the ground, I moved quickly, refusing to let him catch me off guard again. The emotions from Ryland were weakening me, but I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Go away! I yelled inside my head, then charged forward. We were fighting next to everyone else now. Jordan was there, and our eyes met. She had her sword mid-swing and didn't miss a beat as she struck her opponent.
Sorry we're late, Chuck. Let's finish this together.
I didn't know how to respond to her. I had more control over my actions than the first time I took to the dark magic, but my care was still missing. Her words meant nothing to my mind, but my heart? I couldn't seem to turn that all the way off. There was no time to continue to wonder, though. Alaric was coming for me, and I wouldn't let him knock me down again. He lunged for me, and I met him in the middle, once more trading hits that were more physical than magical.
You can't stop me. There is no magic in this world that can contain me, and now I'm going to take what's yours.
Alaric hissed at me as he wrapped his hands around my throat. Gone was the wooing version of him he often presented to me. In his place was the real Dark Fae, the one I'd assumed him to be this whole time, but I'd also almost fallen for him and his smooth words. Wrath and madness consumed me, and I fought against his hold as he pinned me against a tumbled rock from the mountain. Ryland appeared behind Alaric, holding a blade out to me. His eyes were tinged with fury, and something cracked within me. He was hurting, and suddenly, I wanted to do whatever it took to make the pain stop.
No!
Alaric's voice thundered in my ear as his hand slammed into my chest, searing my skin with his magic. My body fell slack. Whatever the Dark Fae was doing instantly sucked the life out of me. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, and I couldn't see a damn thing as shouts sounded. The pounding in my head didn't help either. I tried to ignore it, but in my weakened state, I couldn't any longer.
Callie, can you hear me?
Strix's voice came through my mind. Yes, what's happening?
Have you chosen your path, young one?
He asked. I want to kill Alaric, if that's what you mean.
What will you do if you succeed? Will you keep the darkness within you to control, or will you freely let it go?
I don't want to feel anymore, I said truthfully.
So, you'll choose to live in darkness?
Emotions slammed into my mind. Memories of my time with Jordan, the dates I'd had with Ryland before leaving for the other world, the places I'd explored and wanted to know more about. Stop screwing with my head, I yelled.
I'm not doing anything to you, Kalia. Your mind and heart are also at war. You have many battles at play today. I'm just here to see which of them wins and stand by your side if you'll let me. So, which will it be? Your time is running out.
Alaric was still sucking me dry. The press of his hand against my body was also urging me to choose, but I was scared. I'd left behind so much hurt and uncertainty when the darkness entered me. It offered me an escape I wasn't sure I'd find without it.
Callie, don't do this. I know what he's offering seems easier, but I promise if we survive this, the reward will be worth it. Don't let him kill us.
Ryland's voice sounded in my mind, and my heart stopped. Ryland couldn't die because of me. He didn't deserve that. I wanted him to walk away, and while normally his loyalty was something that was to be admired, it was really beginning to piss me off. I don't want others to die because of me, I said, hopefully to Strix. But since Ryland was suddenly there, I wasn't sure if he could hear me as well.
So, will you relinquish the darkness inside?
Strix asked. If it will save the lives of others, then yes. I don't want it.
Very well, young one. Just try to remain conscious.
His words were followed by blinding pain as light exploded within me, and something stabbed into my chest over and over. When my body had absorbed the worst of it, my eyes finally opened to see Alaric still standing over me.
You can't beat me.
Yes, I can. Lifting my hand, I did the same to him by shoving my palm against his chest. But instead of taking his power from him, my instincts told me to give him more of mine.
Lead with light, Kalia,
Strix whispered in my mind, and that's exactly what I did. Chapter 19. Everything slowed as I pushed past the darkness swirling inside of me and had a clear mind again. Emotions filled me, and I thrived on them instead of letting them bury me in sadness. Alaric still had one hand on me, and the other pointed toward Ryland, holding my Meraki frozen in place as he tortured him.
You turned my prize against me, and now you will watch as I rip her away from you and take away your bond.
There had been a pulling sensation within me the moment I let emotions back in and pushed the darkness away. But I hadn't thought twice about it. Alaric's words made me frantic that he was actually stripping away the Meraki bond I had with Ryland. Without another thought, I acted on instinct and called a storm to me once more. This time, instead of it lashing out uncontrollably, it came with ease and perfection, going exactly where I wanted. The wind picked up Jordan, Oliver, and their animals and brought them to me. I needed them by my side to do what came next. Jordan's eyes gleamed with an unusual happiness, but there was no time to ask what had happened. Each of them circled around us, and Strix was at my back, supporting my every move. The agony in my chest grew with every passing second, but I didn't rush.
Ryland has the dagger, Callie. You have to get it from him,
Strix said. I wondered how they'd completed the task so quickly, but would have to ask later. Let go of him, I snarled at Alaric, trying to pull his attention to me.
Not a chance in... What are you doing to me?
He finally noticed I was touching him and had been pushing some of my own power into him. Light magic didn't hurt when it wasn't meant to. Showing you how much stronger I am than you without your influence. I turned toward Jordan. Now! She was my best friend, my soul sister. She knew my fight styles, and I trusted her in that moment to do what needed to happen next. Dom joined in, distracting Alaric with a bite at his calf, while Jordan sliced his hand clean off with her sword that flamed with her fire power. Blood poured from the wound onto Ryland, but he recovered and pulled the dagger from his side pocket. Alaric bellowed above the sound of my storm. You bitch! Then he removed his other hand from me and shot something dark and ugly at my best friend. She tumbled down the small hill, and I moved to go get her. But another man I didn't recognize was with her in a moment and poured it away. Fear spiked through me, but Dom wasn't losing it. So I trusted she was as okay as she could be at the moment. The Dark Fae then turned toward Oliver and tried to do the same thing to him, but Oliver dodged the first attempt, slamming his fist into the ground and knocking Alaric off balance. Ryland was recovering and sent his wind out into my storm. All three of us were working together. As Alaric began to right himself, Dom and Cinder jumped into the action and attacked each of his arms, effectively pinning the Dark Fae to the ground with the help of Ryland and Oliver.
Now, Collia!
Strix yelled at me as he joined the animals, using his wings to assist in keeping Alaric pinned to the ground and relieve Ryland, who was barely staying upright. Alaric was already injured and had depleted heaps of his power in his effort to strip away the bond I'd formed with Ryland. But after fighting with him earlier, I knew he was stronger than the three animals combined, so I didn't bother to move in. Instead, I waited and used the time to recover and choose my next move carefully, which was to go to Ryland. You need to leave before he hurts you again. I can finish this, I said as I gently pulled the dagger from his grasp.
I'm your anchor, and I will never leave your side. Now, go finish him.
His faith in me brought back the last of my sanity that I needed in order to decide what came next. Turning around, I watched as Alaric yanked his bloodied arms away and flung magic at Strix, but thankfully missed. Not so good with your aim when using your left hand, are you? I asked, once more trying to get his attention on me.
One-handed or not, you still can't stop me,
He tried to port away, but I was quicker and latched onto him, trying to keep us both on the field. Even injured, he was still incredibly powerful and ended up pulling me with him in his port after he tried to break my hold. But I refused to let up. We had one shot at this, and I wasn't walking away until he was finished. We'd only made it to the top of the mountain, and I could still see the others fighting at the bottom. Even though their leader abandoned them, the idiots still kept at it and were beginning to lose.
I knew you wouldn't leave me.
Alaric grinned.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was done listening. My grip tightened on the dagger in my hand and started to rise, but before I could hit my mark, pain sliced through my back.
Ah, that's a good boy.
Alaric cradled his arm with his missing hand and grinned behind me.
Now, take her to the caves and I'll follow behind after I throw the others off course. This time, we won't let anyone see us leave.
Heat pulsed at my back, and I forced my head to turn. A dragon stood behind me with bits of my jacket in his claws. The bastard had cut through muscle, and I was barely standing, let alone able to move my arm to stab the dark fae. Alaric patted my cheek.
I'll deal with you soon, my sweet.
Wait, I croaked, frantically trying to come up with another plan.
What is it? If you want to change your mind, it's a little late for that. You've lost, and there will only be pain for the rest of your miserable life. Such a pity, really.
Strix was in my head, telling me that he was coming to help, but he would be too late. I had to find the strength within me and finish this, once and for all. Closing my eyes, I dropped my head, appearing weak. But instead, I did something I'd never done before. I called to the fates. I begged them for help, for just enough to help me lift my arm and sink the dagger into Alaric's heart. As he stepped closer, I wondered if he was either completely oblivious to my weapon or thought I couldn't truly hurt him. Light filled my chest, and I remembered Strix's earlier words to lead with light, so I focused on it, moving the brightness through my core and to my arms. Then, I opened my eyes to look Alaric in the face. I'm sorry for the life you've lived, and for the path you chose. But I'm not sorry for the path it led me down. Your choices have made me strong enough to do whatever it takes, I said, with a confidence I shouldn't have held, considering my back was bleeding profusely and the dragon still lingered close by. Alaric laughed in my face and grabbed my chin with his fingers.
Whatever it takes for what?
To kill you. My elbow bent just enough so that the dagger could reach Alaric's chest, given he was so close to me. With one last surge of power, I poured everything I had into the dagger and plunged it into his heart. He laughed once more, shoving me to the dragon's feet.
I can't be killed. I've planned this moment for decades. You only had one choice, and that was to join me. But you were too weak.
His words cut off as smoke began to rise from his chest, and the dagger that was still protruding. He crumbled next to me, and I stared into his eyes even as the others finally arrived, including Yela, who was commanding the dragon like the queen she was. Strix landed next to me, along with Ryland, as the light left Alaric. He was dead, and I had killed him. But there was no sadness. Instead, I had relief for the man who had caused so much mayhem amongst innocents. Alaric had been in pain and took that anguish out on anyone who threatened his existence. A part of me pitied him and hoped he'd found relief wherever he ended up next. Now he was the fate's problem, and hopefully I wouldn't soon be following after him.
Don't move her,
Strix said, then called for Jordan, who was limping, but back from wherever she'd disappeared to. I couldn't see what they were doing, but I watched as Dom dragged Alaric's body out of my line of sight.
It's going to be okay, Callie,
Ryland whispered in my ear, but they weren't words I needed to hear anymore. Everything was right in my world. There was no more darkness within me. My friends were safe. Nobody else would die because of me. If it was my time, I'd go happily, knowing I'd done exactly what I was meant to do in this world.
You're not going anywhere other than home when I'm done with you,
Strix demanded in my head. My lips lifted into a smile as Ryland held my hand. Jordan helped Strix, and Oliver stood watch over us with Dom and Cinder. Everything was exactly as it was meant to be. Chapter 20. Strix ended up using 2 of his feathers to heal my back, and besides being sore from the fighting, I was back to my normal self. There was no more lurking darkness waiting to take me away from reality. There was only peace and contentment. Jordan had disappeared with Dom after I was healed, along with Yela, who had taken off with a glint in her eyes, and a prisoner confined with her dragon magic. I'd nearly felt bad for the monster that had tried to rip my spine out, but those thoughts were fleeting, and I knew he was about to get what he deserved for siding with the Dark Fae. "What about the fight below?" I asked, as the rest of us stayed on the mountaintop.
Many of those people were under the influence of Alaric's magic. Once you killed him, a lot of them stopped fighting. Those who didn't are being dealt with,
Oliver answered, still looking over the edge with Cinder. "Where's Brooke?" I assumed she was supposed to be wherever he was searching, but wanted to be sure nothing had happened to her.
She's helping round up prisoners. Her speed comes in handy,
Oliver answered with a little awe in his voice, and it made me sad they weren't bonded mates. "You're not going to forget to call her this time, are you?" I asked. He turned to me with a sideways grin.
"We might not be bonded, but she's worth the heartache that might come later if she leaves me for another. I just have to hope I'm worth the same to her."
Ryland slapped a hand on Oliver's shoulder.
"I'm happy for you. Now, get out of here and go to her. We're good up here."
Oliver nodded and disappeared without needing to be told twice. Then Ryland came to sit with me, wrapping an arm around me as I sat in the dirt, still trying to comprehend what had happened. When Alaric got me, the dark magic took over again. But I didn't want him like he hoped. I still wanted to kill him more than anything else. I said to both Ryland and Strix since we were alone.
"That's usually how it works, and Alaric should have known that before trying to sway you. With dark magic, the wielder of it needs to be the most powerful person in the room. If you'd have sided with him, you would have eventually killed him anyway. You were always meant to be stronger than he was."
Strix answered. "Thank you for coming back for me. He almost had me convinced that everyone had abandoned me when I saw the others here fighting, but no sign of any of you." Ryland's grip tightened on my hip.
"It was the hardest decision not to chase after you, the moment I found out you were gone. But Strix convinced me we needed the dagger. It was the only way to truly save you."
My heart warmed. I might not have any blood family left walking our worlds, but I'd been given a family anyway, and I wanted to kick my own ass for thinking they'd have given up so easily on me. "How were you in my head?" I asked Ryland, because I couldn't sense him any longer, or the emotions that had been pouring into me.
"The dagger. Queen Navi had to use your blood and mine to power the spell, further connecting us and enhancing our bond. But I think now that you've used the dagger for its intended purpose, it's just a normal blade and the magic is gone."
"Actually, Jordan burned it while I was healing you and took the pieces left back to Queen Navi," Strix noted. "When is she supposed to be back?" I asked, waiting to make sure she was actually okay herself after the hit she'd taken. In Jordan fashion, she appeared just as I asked the question, beaming with a smile bigger than I'd ever seen before, and I remembered how giddy she had seemed during the fight. Then, the same man who'd gone to her in the field showed up.
Callie, I'd like you to meet Luca, my Meraki.
I was on my feet in an instant and flung myself at her. I'm so happy for you.
It's really all in thanks to you for almost ending our world and going cray-cray. This one over here left Arveta before I was born over stubborn pride, but I'm forcing him to come back with us.
My head shook and I glanced at Luca. I'm sorry now. Just know it doesn't get any better. Jordan punched me, then winced.
Damn, those rocks didn't feel good.
Luca pulled her closer.
You need to rest. Say goodbye to your friends.
Excuse me?
She raised a brow.
Did you just tell me what to do?
That was my cue to walk away. Oh, their honeymoon stage was going to be the most entertainment I'd ever had. Or it was going to be the death of me. Both were very possible. Yela and Dom returned as well, and the mountaintop was getting smaller by the arrival.
Everyone has been accounted for, and Queen Navi's people are taking the captives.
What about casualties? Strix asked.
We lost nearly 20 fighters, but proper transport and arrangements are already in the works. Brooke is taking the lead on that. She and Oliver have just left with Cinder, actually.
Ryland moved to stand next to me.
We should be going as well. The council will want to speak with us.
My hand raised to Yela's chest. Thank you for your words earlier. It was the beginning push I needed to come back to myself. She lowered her head to me.
It was an honor to fight with you, and I hope we meet again under considerably better circumstances.
When we parted, she disappeared first, and it was only Ryland and Strix left with me. The crowd had thinned below, too. Next stop home? I asked.
Not so fast,
a voice said from behind me. I swear to the fates if they'd come for trouble.
Alaric is dead for good?
Saphira asked. He is. Where is my crown? We'd had a deal and I'd forgotten about it until that moment.
It's safe,
Myrna smirked. Ryland took a half step forward, but Saphira flew between them.
Dear sister, they've solved a problem for us and followed through on our deal. Plus, it's not like it was useful to us anyway. Just a hunk of metal and rather disappointing. Let's not cause trouble today.
Or ever, would be my suggestion, I retorted, and grinned that they hadn't been able to break through the protection spell I'd placed on the crown when Strix had told me to. Saphira merely smirked back at me while Myrna still fumed. The crown? I demanded once again. Saphira snapped her fingers 3 times, and a shimmer appeared, followed by my crown. I went to snatch it from the air, but she shoved it out of reach.
Not so fast.
What now? I asked with a huff.
What are your intentions?
To go home? What does it matter to you? I asked.
They hold dark magic, Callie. Your strength puts them on edge. Remember, they will always strive to be the most powerful,
Strix reminded me.
Will you be coming back here for any reason?
Saphira asked. Only if you give me a reason to, I replied confidently, keeping her stare and making sure she knew how serious I was.
Very well.
She lowered my crown and I grabbed hold of it.
Here's to hoping we never meet again,
she added. Then both pixies disappeared. Oh, how I hope she's right, I groaned.
Come on. They're not a problem right now, but I'm going to be soon if we don't get you home and safe so I can breathe a little easier,
Ryland said, making me laugh. You got it. I turned to Strix. Are you coming?
No. I need to check on the other animals, but I'll check in with you when I'm done.
Strix replied, and I went to him. I bent down and scooped him up from the rock he sat on. Thank you. For everything. I squeezed him tightly until he shifted uncomfortably in my arms.
I would do it again if need be,
he replied, pressing his head to mine. I love you, Strix.
I love you too, young one.
Letting him go, I went back to Ryland with tears in my eyes. Strix had never once wavered in his faith of me, and my heart was filled with so much love and light from it. Strix disappeared first. Then Ryland led us in a port to the entrance for home. When we landed in front of the portal, I glanced across the open field and toward the castle. Life is already coming back to this place.
They'll physically recover within a few days, but it will be months before things are really back to normal around here. Maybe by then I'll let you out of the house to come explore the good this place holds.
Ryland answered. Oh, you'll let me, huh?
We'll see about that.
He grabbed my hand, then winked as we walked through the portal together. Our feet had barely touched the ground in Arveta before Laurel was in our faces. Her hands were on the sides of my head, and magic slammed into me. What the hell, woman? I screeched. Ryland tried to pull me from her grasp, but the old lady wasn't letting up, again showing she was much stronger physically than she portrayed. Calm down and let me finish, she hissed, then moved one of her hands to my chest. I stood there frozen, wondering if maybe our fight wasn't truly over. Laurel knew something we didn't, and if she didn't spit it all out, I was going to end up hitting an old lady. It had been a long enough day, and I wanted nothing more than to end it on a good note. Minutes later, Ryland had worn a path in the ground from his pacing, and Laurel finally let go. You're free to go now. Then she tried walking away. My hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Not so fast. What was all of that about? She grinned. That's for me to know and you to ponder. Not a chance in hell. Spill it. Now. My grip became tighter on her arm in case she tried to port away. If she did, at least I would go with her. Just know there are certain things I'm privy to that not even the Council is aware of. I have certain abilities that allow me extra freedoms the Fates count on in times of despair. There were many possibilities of how this fight would turn out. You'd eliminated all but 2 of them when you killed Alaric, and I just took away the second. All is well in the worlds again. She tried to pull away, but I wasn't done with her. Did you think I was going to come here and destroy Arveta when I was done? She shrugged. It might have happened, but it's not going to. Now, unless you want to lose that hand, I suggest you let me go and be on your way. Oh, and let's keep this secret between us. We don't need everyone afraid of you, do we? Oh, I really wanted to retaliate, but instead, I let Ryland pull me back.
No, we don't. We'll see you around, Laurel,
he said, but I wasn't done with her. Who are you, really? You're not just a healer. Laurel knew way too much, and I wanted to know why. She took a step back and grinned, pausing just long enough to make me believe she wouldn't answer me. But then she did. You're correct. I'm not a guardian, but I've been alive for several centuries. Her hand gestured to her graying hair. I've earned every one of these. I was born in the other world. My mother was a seer, and my father was a powerful warlock. My magic is similar to that of a guardian, but is drawn from different sources. Ryland seemed just as shocked by her answer as I was, which was nice because it meant I wasn't the only one who didn't know. Now, this isn't common knowledge, and I wouldn't tell you normally. But you saved our home, and I promised you some answers. Only the Council and Strix know who I really am, and I expect you two to keep it that way. Not even Jordan needs to know the truth." I nodded. "Of course. Will you tell me more about my parents and their time here?" She'd previously mentioned how I was much like my mother, and I'd love nothing more than to know the Arvatan side of her better. "Come see me in a few days, and we'll talk some more." She grinned, then disappeared. I wanted to kick her when I thought she wasn't going to answer, but I guess things make more sense now, I said as soon as we were alone again.
Agreed. But if you'd have kicked her, she probably would have turned you into some sort of animal as punishment. And then I couldn't do this.
He dipped me backward, his hand gently moving down my cheek before coming around to my neck and pulling me close to him. The dimple I so adored appeared just before he brought his lips to mine, and all other worries were forgotten. All that mattered in the following moments was that we were safe, and we were together. There was nothing else in all the worlds that would ever tear us apart. Epilogue. 2 years later. Never before had I been so nervous. I didn't like surprises, yet for the last few days everyone around me was completely tight-lipped. So I'd been left with no choice but to try and coerce the information out of the only person who didn't know what secret or surprise really meant. "Come on, Cammy. Tell Auntie Callie what all the big people have been whispering about." Cammy was only 1, but she was the spitting image of her mother and just as mischievous as my best friend. Jordan and Luca had taken the fast train with their bonding, and I couldn't have been happier for them, especially when they gave me my goddaughter. The precious princess sitting on my lap under the tree in our backyard had her mother's sparkling green eyes and blonde hair that also had curls. I was convinced those came from me, even though we had no blood relation.
No.
Cammy replied with her favorite word. Had I mentioned she was exactly like her mother? Stubborn and all. "I have chocolate." "I just need a few words, kid. Can you remember what Mommy and Uncle Rye have been talking about when I'm not around?" Her eyes widened at the mention of chocolate, and I knew I had her, except I was busted before she could get the words out. "Kalia Grace, are you bribing my daughter?" Jordan laughed from behind me. "Pregnancy hormones have made you stoop to a new low." I was weeks away from popping, and yes, that was also a cause of my nerves. Giving birth to a child scared the crap out of me. I'd been there for Jordan's delivery, and the ring of fire that Laurel had spoken of had me losing my damn mind. "Oh, you know one day you'll do the same to your nephew," I replied, not at all feeling guilty, especially when Cammy spoke next.
Party!
She clapped her little hands, then started digging in my pockets.
Camilla May,
"We don't take bribes." Jordan lifted the sweet baby girl from my lap, but not fast enough to avoid me giving her a piece of candy anyway. "Are you going to at least help me up?" I groaned from the ground while glancing at my protruding stomach.
Yeah, but bribe my daughter again and I will cut you once my nephew is out."
"Bring it, Satan." She laughed while switching Cammy to her hip and giving me her other hand. Moving was getting harder by the day, and if Laurel hadn't promised profusely that I wasn't having twins, I would have been certain I was. Instead, I was convinced we were having a linebacker.
"Do you think you can waddle your way to your parents' tree?"
she asked once I was finally up. "I think I can manage." Porting in the last trimester was a hard no, and I'd had to get used to walking a lot. But it also kept me in shape. considering my only workouts consisted of punching Ryland for telling me I couldn't do anything to overexert myself. Still, he didn't learn his lessons. Overprotective brute. 10 minutes later, and we'd arrived. But Jordan stopped us to clean up Cammy before we went around the corner. Only about a quarter of the chocolate bar had made it in her mouth. The rest was all over her face, hands, and Jordan's shoulder.
The payback is going to be so joyous,
Jordan murmured once she was done and we continued. Going up the hill to visit my parents was physically getting harder as the days passed. But I still made the trek once a week to give them updates, because emotionally it made me feel better to keep them involved. Strix told me they knew regardless if I visited, but even after all this time, I couldn't quite let them go. When we got to the top and could see the massive oak that was their grave marker, my feet stopped moving. My eyes burned with instant tears as I tried to open my mouth to say something.
"Party!"
Cammy called out again, and Jordan let her down as she ran ahead to her father.
"Ryland wanted to give you something special, and he called in a few favors owed,"
Jordan said when I couldn't speak. Standing before me was everyone I cared about most in all the worlds. Everyone, including my parents. "How?" was all I could squeak out.
"Don't question it. Just go enjoy your time and thank your Meraki."
I knew she was being modest. Jordan had been just as involved based upon all of their secret meetups. So before I moved on, I awkwardly hugged her with my growing belly in the way. "You're the best friend and soul sister a girl could ever ask for."
"You're not so bad yourself, Chuck. Now stop with the mushy stuff. I still have a reputation to uphold, and I can't be seen crying in public."
Motherhood hadn't changed her one bit. Without needing any more prodding, I waddled as fast as my body would let me toward my parents, who hadn't moved an inch, but held their arms open for me.
"They'd come to you, but they can't be more than 20 feet from the tree,"
Jordan answered my unspoken question. Blinding tears flowed freely down my face as it all really set in. My parents were there. I was going to get a proper goodbye. By the time I tumbled into their arms, I was a blubbering mess, and Ryland had moved in behind me while Jordan gave us some space.
"Sweet girl, it's okay,"
Dad whispered in my ear as I hiccuped against his chest, then switched to my mom. "You have made us so proud, Kalia," Mom said as she lifted my chin and wiped away my tears. "I've missed you both so much," I mumbled through the emotions. "We know, and we've heard every conversation while wishing we could talk back," she replied with a smile. "How are you here now?" I asked, glancing back at Ryland.
"Your Meraki is rather persuasive. He's been working on this for over a year,"
Dad answered while nudging me toward Ryland. I threw my arms around him. "Thank you." He brushed my hair back from my face.
"I just wish it could have happened sooner."
"Oh!" My hands went to my stomach as pain coursed through it. Then I almost died of embarrassment as liquid trailed down my legs. I think... Kalia, your water just broke," my mom exclaimed. "It's fine. I'll be fine. Jordan was in labor for nearly a full day. We still have time." Panic gripped at me. As much as I wanted to meet our son, I needed this time with my parents. Another contraction barreled through me, and I doubled over. The fates couldn't be this cruel. Laurel walked closer with a grin on her face.
"Brooks, Dahlia, mind if I borrow your daughter for a few hours?"
"You knew, didn't you? You told me I had another week." I growled through another contraction. This old lady has to get her kicks from somewhere.
We'll be right here, sweet girl. Just breathe, Mom said as they both hugged me once more. Once I was done saying goodbye much too soon, Ryland held both my arms and led me away from everyone who had shown up for the surprise. I'd never even gotten to say hi to Oliver and Brooke, who were visiting from the other world. He'd moved there shortly after the big battle, and the chance they were still taking was working out. Meraki's weren't the most common thing, and even if they weren't officially bonded, they were happy, and that was most important.
We love you,
Dad called out, and I turned around to blow him a kiss. Come on, baby boy. Mama needs you to come quickly so you can meet Grandpa and Grandma. Within 2 hours, I was holding our sweet boy in my arms with Jordan, Ryland, and Strix around me, as Laurel came and went from the room I'd been moved to after giving birth in the pool beneath the falls. The delivery went smoothly, and all that was left to do was give him a name.
Are you going to tell us yet?
Jordan asked, as she stroked the tuft of russet hair on his tiny head.
I think we should wait to tell everyone at once,
Ryland answered, and I agreed. Normally I hated surprises, but since my parents were waiting for us, this was one I could get behind. I wanted them to hear it first as well. Strix was at my feet and carefully walked forward until his wing could spread over the baby.
Whatever his name is, he will be destined for greatness.
My spare hand reached for the owl and held on to his other wing. Thank you. Strix had come and gone over the last 2 years, but our bond remained intact, stronger than ever. We would forever be a part of each other's lives, and I couldn't wait for him to teach my son all the things he'd once taught me.
How about we get you back to your parents, if you're up for walking?
Ryland suggested. I wasn't nearly as sore as I would have expected after watching Jordan's delivery, but I soon figured out why. Consider your health my baby present. Laurel popped back in to check on the baby once more. Jordan scoffed, but I shushed her. My parents, I reminded her.
Okay, fine. But you get no special treatment on the next delivery. If I hurt, then so do you.
My head shook as Ryland took our son from my arms, and Strix flew toward the door. Jordan came around and helped me from the bed. Even though I wasn't hurting, I'd still pushed a baby out. Taking those first few steps without my belly were wobbly. Once we were outside, Ryland had said we could port with the baby, but I wasn't liking the idea of watching my son disappear so soon after giving birth, even if I'd done it myself thousands of times before I'd been pregnant. So we walked from Laurel's back to the hill, this time with a little more speed. Oliver, Brooke, Cinder, Dom, and my parents were still there and grinning from ear to ear. Oliver and Brooke met us first to get a peek before I got to my parents. Gone was the gruff man my dad normally presented himself as, and in his place was a sniffling grandfather. Mom nodded to me, and I passed their grandchild to my father first. Dad, we'd like you to meet Harrison Brooks Clark, named after his 2 grandfathers that we'd thought he'd never meet. Mom began to tear up as well. It's a beautiful name for a beautiful little boy. Ryland wrapped his arms around me, and our eyes met.
Thank you for giving me our son.
You can take some of the credit, I guess, I teased. His hands cupped my cheeks, and he lightly pressed his lips against mine.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
And I love you just as much. Even though we'd had to fight for our happily ever after, there was no one I wanted by my side more than Ryland. Now and forever, he would always be my anchor, and I would always be his. This has been Of Blood and Sacrifice
Royal Fae Guardians Book 2. Written by Heather Renee. Narrated by Casey Hollowell and Adam Gold. Copyright 2020 by Heather Renee. Production copyright by Heather Renee.